It's game 3. Micoud Eagles versus the City Blasters. Just waiting to get the other captain in, and then we'll be off and running. Yeah, this paper already? Welcome. Good night to all. Welcome to game 3 in SPL 6. It's an encounter between the City Blasters and the Micoud Eagles. With me at the toss is umpire Ali Augustine, match referee John Calix, captain of the Micoud Eagles, Movin Wells, and captain of the City Blasters, Stephen Natrum. The match referee has the coin. You'll give it to Stephen. Who's going to spin it? You need to spin it first, Stephen. Tails is the call. And tails it is. Mervin, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
Gonna have a ball first.
Why are you going to do that?
Well, to be honest, I want my bowlers to back up themselves. We want to just restrict them on the 150 so that we could come out there and score it.
Okay, good. We saw Micoud didn't do all that well last year, so you've got an opportunity to set that right with a good start tonight.
Yeah, I don't want to dwell about last year. Last year passed already. So this year we have a good unit. I just want everybody to come outside there and just concentrate on what they have to do. We have a game plan tonight, so we're gonna execute it tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mervin, go well. Stephen, you lost the toss. What would you have done?
We were looking to bat.
We're looking to bat. Now, you're very familiar with this strip. You know it like the back of your hand. So it should be a good opportunity for you to lay a good foundation.
Well, it's always good to have a bit of home advantage, but we still have to go out there, execute our plans, and score shots for a big total on the board for them.
And who would you be depending on tonight?
Well, we have Jaden in the box. We played a couple of practice games. He seems to be in some very good form, so we're looking for some big scores from him.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Go good. So the news from the toss is that the Micoud Eagles, they have won the toss and they're going to bowl first. Let's look at the pitch. So this is the same surface that we have had now for the third game. So the one last night and the one earlier today. So it's the same surface, a little bit of watering overnight and this morning. And from what we could have seen earlier, there's a lot of runs in there. We saw Kevin St. Clair really enjoy himself. So not a lot of grass as usual, flat. It's got a bit of sheen on it, and it's got a lot of runs. And so we believe that with Castries, the City Blasters, I should say, batting first, they would need to get a good total here. I think they need to get about 200 to really be in a good position to start off on a winning note. So that's the situation with the wicket, and we will have action for you soon. In about 25 minutes, the first ball will be bowled in game 3 of SPL 6.
Okay.
2-2. Well, you ready? She's let me just. He's ready. Sophie. I am your presenter, Ika Fergus, and welcome to the Mindoo Phillip Park for match number 3 of the Premier Sports Inc. in collaboration with the Government of St. Lucia, presenting to you the National Lotteries Authority SPL T20 cricket. It's SPL 6 where we show them how to party. We'd like to thank our sponsors, our gold sponsors, Court St. Lucia, bringing value home, BTSM, Silver Partners, Lucille Computer and Business Services, Crick Clubs, Four Circles, Nagico Insurance, Flow, Forest Springs, Media Partners, DBS, MBC Real FM, and Vibe Radio. Tonight's game features the Achilles City Blasters versus Micoud Eagles. Who will be victorious? Gentlemen, it's time for us to play. So, shake hands, everybody. Hold on. Let's stand at attention for the national anthem. Gentlemen, shake hands. Let's play.
And good evening. Welcome to the Mindoo Phillip Park where we're getting set for action in SPL 6 match number 3. It's an encounter between the Achilles City Blasters and the Micoud Eagles. And just the latter part there of the opening ceremony, the opening protocols, the two teams just greeting each other. We have already had the toss. And the stage is set for us to bring you the action. Claudius Emmanuel here with you. With me is my companion, Greg Wilson. We were with you last night. We are back here in game 3. And the toss already taken. We saw a lot of runs in the previous game between the Soufrière Blasters and the Soufrière Titans and the Monrepo Pioneers. Victory for Soufrière, and Greg Wilson is with me. Greg, another game before us, match number 3. We saw a lot of runs in the previous game, particularly in the second innings. Soufrière Titans losing just the 2 wickets, and an opportunity for these two teams to get their game going in SPL 6.
Yes, good evening, Claudius, and good evening to our viewers. Yes, indeed, the earlier game we had this afternoon, we saw lots of runs being scored Certainly, it seemed to have been a much better surface, played much better than it did yesterday. Yesterday, it looked like there was still a bit of moisture in the surface, and I've been spoken to a few of the players. They did indicate that the wicket was playing two-pace, but from what we saw today, it's a clear indication that it could be a serious belter today.
Indeed. Well, at the toss, it was the Micoud Eagles who called correctly. Mervyn Wells being successful with the call, and he has in fact decided to bowl, and so City Blasters will get an opportunity to bat. The two umpires, they are out there, umpire Ali Augustine and Leo Amide, and they are going to be the two men presiding over the proceedings tonight. So the the Micoud Eagles just getting themselves a photograph just to get themselves ready, and Greg Wilson, an opportunity for us to see what is going to happen from the middle. The two openers are also coming out for City Blasters, and they are in fact Stephen Natrum and Kensley Paul. So that's the two men that will face the action as we have ball one, and an opportunity for Stephen Natrum, who's very familiar with the conditions here, being a groundsman, and so he will know what the wicket is offering, and he would want a good start.
Yes, certainly Stephen Natrum is very familiar with the condition here. The City Blasters team, as you did indicate, Stephen Natrum, the captain. You have Kensley Paul, Elias Gabriel, Magaran Sholot, the light box, Kyle Adonis, Dylan John, Kimani Sexius, Aaron Jones, you have Kevin Charles, and McKenny Clark.
And the Micoud Eagles, well, Mervyn Wells, Rohan Lesmore, Merlin Sammy, Hazel Shalry, Dominic O'Geese, Keegan Arnold, Chauvin Leo, Aline Prosper, Ted Jonas, Kyron Phillip, and Samuel Charles. So that is the two teams we have given you, and it's going to be Stephen Natrum who's going to be the man to take first knock. And operating from the northern end, we'll have to wait and see who's gonna be So Stephen Natrum, the right-hander. So City Blasters starting with a left-hand, right-hand combination. And we are getting ready to see the first ball. Umpire Ali Augustine just making sure that everything is exactly right. So this is game 3. Micoud Eagles coming out last year in 7th position, quite in contrast to City Blasters, who in the preliminary rounds were at the head of the table. And so City Blasters would be fancied as maybe the better of the two sides, but it's all on paper. And in fact, at the toss, I think Mervyn Wells was suggesting exactly that. Chauvin Leo with the first delivery. Tucked away, turned away, first rounds. And Natrum off the mark with sort of a Gordon Greenidge-like paddle down to square leg for 1. So he's off the mark. 1 without loss. The left-handed Kensley Paul comes into strike.
Yes, young Paul, having had a stint at the HPC, certainly he would want to put into play what he has learned at the HPC.
Leo will go round the wicket to Paul. Paul off the back foot, hits it square for 4. Oh, nice sound coming from the bat. Short had the room and Paul was off the back foot and got good hold of it and hit it away to the left of Hazel Shallery at a backward point and into the boundary for 4. So off the mark from his very first delivery. The total going up to 5, and a good start for Paul Greg Wilson, because we saw him in the PM Cup final struggle to get the ball away.
Yes, certainly. I think he being at the top of the order, certainly he knows that he has to take full advantage of the power play.
Deep third and deep mid wicket, the 2 out. Leo to Paul. Paul is turning that through mid wicket. Will get a single as mid on comes to his left. So strike rotating with runs coming from every ball of the over so far. Good start by the City Blasters. 6 without loss. The right-handed Natrum comes in to strike. For him, also deep mid-wicket and deep third. Leo to Natrum. Natrum looking to play across the line. Big appeal given. The end of Natrum, one that seemed to keep a little low. And umpire Ali Augustine has raised the dreaded finger. And Stephen Natrum playing across the line has been adjudged LBW. And first blood very early indeed for Micoud Eagles as the City Blasters captain goes for 1 LBW to Leo. It is 6 for 1.
Yes, a massive blow being struck there by Siobhan Leo to get the dismissal of the captain, Stephen Natrum. We know Stephen Natrum can be very dangerous at the top of the order. But a ball that was short, and Stephen Natrum looking to perhaps help this one towards the backward square region, and the ball kept a bit low. And he was trapped in front and was adjudged LBW by the umpire.
Unfortunate there for Stephen Natrum, not benefiting from the hard work that he would have put in throughout the past days in wicket preparation. And he has to go. Vanilius Gabriel, the new batter, coming in at number 3. A left-hander. So 2 left-handers at the wicket. Wide slip in Wells. Leo to Gabriel. Gabriel is looking to play that away. And that has come off the pad and almost going back onto the stumps. Has got himself into a tangle there. So good control by Siobhan Leo. The big wicket of Stephen Natrum. 1 delivery left in the first over. He has done exceedingly well. Just a 6 being conceded. Comes into Gabriel. Gabriel gets a good one. Back of a length. Coming into him. Can only defend upon the onside of the wicket to complete a very tight and successful over for Siobhan Leo and the Micoud Eagles. City Blasters, they're 6 for 1.
Yes, Micoud Eagles haven't won the toss, and instead the Blasters into bats certainly would have wanted to make early inroads, and that they were able to do, getting the big fish, that of Stephen Natrum. So certainly the sort of start they would have wanted, and they would really want to look to continue pressing home the advantage.
So Kensley Paul and getting ready to take strike, as we're about to see over number 2. As just looking at the field for you, number 12 KP. We'll get you his name.
Well, it's KP to KP. Kingsley Paul.
Kingsley Paul is also KP. Paul outside the off stump, playing at it, but the front foot not really coming across to guide him into the stroke. A play and a miss outside the off stump.
Yes, good start to the bowler. I think it's Kyron Peters.
Phillip. Kyron Phillip. So 1 KP to another. Kyron Phillip to Kensley Paul. Squeleg and Cow Corner initially, but now Squeleg and Deep Third, the two out. Phillip to Paul. Paul gets a wide delivery. In fact, it's a no ball. And signal by umpire Leo. So double fault here from KP with the ball. It would have been a wide, but before that he had overstepped the front line. So it's going to be a free hit. An early opportunity for Paul to go big with little risk. Smashes it down the ground. Will find the boundary. Straight to the left of the midfielder. And into the boundary for 4. What a gift to get a free hit so early in your innings, Greg Wilson.
Yes, very much so. Paul really fisting on this one and taking the right option, looking to go straight, presenting a straight bat and certainly getting 4 valuable runs for his team.
It's gone quickly to 9. 11 for 1. Phillip to Paul. Paul again getting a delivery that is outside off stump with a little width, but that left foot, Greg Wilson, not coming towards the line of the ball, and therefore he's missing it.
Yes, certainly, and we also saw that very same pattern in the Prime Minister's Cup where the bowlers bowled just outside the off stump for him and he had serious difficulty putting back to ball.
Phillip again to Paul. Pitched up, full delivery, and Paul squeezes it out for a single to backward point as he goes to double figures. He goes to 10. It's 12 for 1. As we reflect on the previous game, Greg Wilson, we saw the Soufrière Titans really boosted by the inclusion of the overseas players, particularly Kevin St. Clair, who had that rapid knock.
And got some 76
in
I think about 20 something
25 or 26 deliveries.
Yeah.
Phillip this time to Gabriel. Gabriel is flashing at it outside off, but not pushing the foot. In fact, he now does it, but after the ball had passed.
I think Phillip can consider himself very lucky, Claudius, because you look at it, it's just the inner ring of fielders on the offside. Anything through there certainly would race across the field for 4, and he has really served up those juicy half volleys, and he has gotten away with 3 of them, 2 to Kingsley Paul and 1 to Valenius Gabriel.
Correction, Gabriel not pushing out the right foot because he's a left-hander. So those full deliveries, needing the front leg to go a lot closer to the line. Phillip to Gabriel. Gabriel drives out a portion of the bat. Will go into the boundary at a point for 4. There was no coverage in that boundary area. And as that went to the right of the fielder at point, Sammy, it was away into the boundary for 4. So 16 for 1, a boundary to Gabriel, getting him off the mark at the end of the second over of the innings.
Yes, good into the over and a good productive over for the Akil City Blasters. They got some 10 runs of the over. So Valenius Gabriel certainly would be happy to get off the mark. And they will with this too, with a current rate of 8 and over. They certainly would want to make maximum use of the power play.
Leo will continue from the far end, the northern end of the Mindoo Phillip Park. This is the second of the doubleheader we have had today. This is day 2 of SPL 6, game number 3. Leo to Paul. Paul guides it away to the left. Can Jonas get across? Yes, he does. And keeps it down to 1. Awkward return to Dominic Auguste as the total goes away to, with the single to 17. And the 2 left-handers looking to turn the strike all the time, Greg.
Yes, certainly you want in the power play to have as few dot balls as possible. If you can't get the boundaries, it's important that you could rotate strikes.
Leo will bowl to Gabriel. Gabriel drives outer portion of the bat. This time straight to Jonas. Who doesn't pick up cleanly but recovers well. And another awkward return to the keeper. So one more to the total, 18 for 1. So Natrum and Paul starting. So we've got Vanillis, Gabriel to come, Eli Box, McKenny Clark, Schullert, Adonis, Sexius. Oh, the slower delivery, the appeal going up, but there's a lot of bat on it, it seems. Umpire Ali Augustine not upholding the appeal. And no damage done. But a good change of pace that troubled Kensley Paul.
Yes, certainly a good change of delivery there by Siobhan Leo. Siobhan Leo is very much express pace, and Paul would have been camping on the back foot.
Leo round the wicket to Paul. Paul gets a good delivery. Turns it for the second time in the over down to deep third. Jonas with a much better return to the keeper as they take one more. 19 for 1. Jonas continuing to do well. This is his second over, just 1 for 8. Very economical.
Yes, very economical indeed, and you could see the plan really is to bowl at the stump or just outside the off stump.
Comes in to Gabriel. Gabriel gets a short one and really doesn't take advantage of it because there was an opportunity perhaps to hit that over backward point, but a flash at it by him was unsuccessful. Into the gloves it went of Auguste midway in the third over. It's 18 for 1, the City Blasters. Leo again to Gabriel. Gabriel gets a loose delivery, a slower one, a high full toss, but maybe not high enough for umpire Augustine to call wide. In fact, he calls over as the third comes to an end. 19 for 1, 20 correction, 20 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yes, so the end of another economical over completed there by Siobhan Leo. It's 2 overs. He has picked up the key wicket of Stephen Natrum, but that's only considered 10 runs, so it means that he's going at just 5 and over in the power play. Very much good bowling.
Bowling indeed. As Phillip will continue. Phillip is first over.
10.
Costing 10. And he's going to bowl to Gabriel. Bit of a change in the field as the 2 boundary riders now on the offside. Deep third, quite wide, and deep point. So sort of an outside off stump line you would expect. Full toss and missed by Gabriel. Potential there, possibility that he could have hit that into the covers in front of square for a boundary, but he missed out.
Yes, certainly another opportunity gonna begin. Remember the previous over where he got that short ball wide outside the off stump where he attempted the uppercut, and this time a full toss outside the off stump and missed opportunity again.
Phillip to Gabriel, full toss it into the offside, finds the gap, 4 runs. Oh, too easy there from Phillip. Nice juicy serving outside off and put away effortlessly by Gabriel for a boundary as the total goes to 24 and he goes into double figures. He's 10.
Yes, second time lucky. This is the second consecutive full toss that he served outside the awesome, and on this occasion Vanillas Gabriel really could not miss out on this opportunity. All he needed was just to bisect the fielders and he got himself 4 valuable runs.
Indeed, it's going to continue. Again to Gabriel. Gabriel, it's a good delivery on the off stump, a lot tighter and back of a length, sort of. Played away for a single to the right of Merlin Sami. 1 more to the total. It's 25 for 1. This is over number 4. informing you that the toss was won by Mervyn Wells, who decided to bowl. The loss of Stephen Natrum for the City Blasters. Phillip to Paul. Paul drives out a portion of the bat, beats the man in the ring and will beat the sweeper as well. Boundary to Paul to a full delivery. Played away square into the offside and beating the man in the ring and eluding the boundary sweeper. So 4 to Paul, he goes to 16 and the total 29 for 1.
Yes, again, Phillip serving that juicy half volley full outside the off stump, and Paul on this occasion really not missing out. We saw him missing out on a few occasions in the previous over, but not on this occasion.
Phillip again, very wide delivery, full and wide, way beyond the blue line, the blue marker, and so umpire Leo obliging with the wide signal. 30-1, and Phillip not bowling in the right areas.
Certainly he's struggling a bit, but you could see clearly he's trying to bowl to the plan. Looking to bowl to the off stump, the back side of the field.
That's where the two sweepers are. Comes into Paul. Paul drives a full delivery. The sweeper will cut this one off. It goes straight to him, and a bounce return into keeper Auguste. So 1 more to the total. 31 for 1. This is the 4th over of the innings. And Castries City Blasters, who's from the Castries area. City of Castries. Phillip to Gabriel. Gabriel drives, finds the gap again. Into the boundary at extra cover. Wide, long off, if you wish. Into the boundary for 4. So another boundary to Gabriel. He's second in the over. He goes to 15. And at the end of 4 overs, the City Blasters, they are 35 for 1.
Yes, again, another very productive over there for the City Blasters. Phillip being very expensive in his 2 overs. He's gone for some 25 runs, Claudia. So he's going at what, 12 and a half and over. And certainly that last over, he really served a few buffet deliveries. Really help yourself, and that's really as Gabriel took full advantage of.
So 35 for 1. Akel City Blasters scoring at 8.75. So decent platform being set up here. Leo to start his 3rd over to Paul. Paul plays that down to the short gully, or the man at gully. Mervyn Wells posted himself there, almost catching practice here from Paul, just dropping short of Wells, and the fielding being completed. So dot ball. Paul might have maybe gone more aggressively at that. Leo continues to Paul, short. Paul looking to uppercut, missing, and into the gloves of Auguste. Short with good bounce outside of Greg Wilson, but Paul not really cashing in.
Yes, both Volines, Gabriel and Paul have missed out on 2 opportunities. Certainly with his pace, there's a bit of bat. This could well go over the footman boundary or the backward point boundary for 6.
Deep third and deep backward square leg, the 2 fielders. A delivery that's full, looking to clip it away, but it's heading down the leg side. No significant appeal coming from the players. So Leo changing the length here, going full, and just a little off target, but happy that he didn't concede any. Midway in his 3rd over, midway in the 5th over of the innings, it remains 35 for 1.
Yeah, Leo really not a one-dimensional bowler. He's not that predictable. Certainly mixing things up.
Comes in again to Paul. Paul is playing that airborne to the mid-wicket fielder, the short fielder, Sammy. but not traveling far enough to present a catch to him. And so another dot ball with Paul. A little discussion between him and Gabriel, and they have done a good job since the loss of Stephen Natram, but they've missed out on a lot of scoring opportunities.
Yes, certainly quite a few scoring opportunity has gone a begging. And with the sort of surface that we've seen, and certainly you need, I would reckon, a minimum of 170 plus.
Leo moving into Paul. Paul clips it away nicely, beats the man inside the circle and away from the one on the boundary for 4. Good work there from Paul. Timed it nicely and also finding the gap between the two and away to the boundary for 4. So nice stroke from the tall left-hander as he goes into the 20s. He's 21 and the total 39 for 1.
Yes, badly line delivery there, just using the pace of this one and getting himself 4 valuable runs.
Leo to Paul. Paul is pushing for a single into the offside to the right of Lesmore at deep mid-off to complete the over, the 5th of the innings. At the end of it, it is 40 for 1 with Gabriel 15 from 11 and Paul 22 from 18.
Yeah, Siobhan Leo still continuing to do good service out there for the Micoud Eagles, just conceding 5 runs in the over, and so far he's going at an economy rate of 5, so 15 after 3. Certainly good work done up front by Siobhan Leo.
Indeed. So we have had 5 overs. Greg, I will leave you to do solo for the next 5 so that I can take a break, after which I go solo for 5 and you take a break.
Yes, so looks like there's gonna be a change of in the bowling from the southern end. It looks like Alan Prosper is gonna take up the attack. Should be a good matchup for Alan Prosper, the right arm off spinner. He'll be bowling to the left hand batter Kingsley Paul. So this one short and it comes on the back foot, punches it through the extra cover region. Look like it's going to go all the way to the boundary, and it does. We're seeing a valiant dive there by Kyron Phillip, but unable to prevent the ball from crossing the rope. So 4 runs to Kingsley Paul. He moves on to 26, and they score the Achilles City Blasters. They move on to 44. So the final over of the power play, and they would want to make maximum use. And Paul backing away towards the leg side, looking to access the cover region. Unable to make contact, the ball goes through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. So this one is short, and Paul looking to heave this one into the onside, perhaps getting the ball a bit high on the bat. And Mulan Sami comes off the cow corner region, and only 1 run is scored. So the score moves on to 46. And this one short. Gabriel rocks on the back foot and punches this one down to the long on region. Mulan Sami comes across, restrict them to just 1. So 47 for the loss of 1. The Achilles City Blasters, they've lost the captain, Stephen Natram. He was trapped LBW by Chopin Leo in the very first over of the inning. So a bit of change in the field. The 2 players out, Mulan Sami at the wide mid wicket, and this one is short and is hit straight back over the bowler's head for 6. So good shot there by Kingsley Paul, an overpitch delivery, needed no second invitation. Saw the lofted drive and getting himself 6 runs, and that brings up the 50 for the Akil City Blasters. So they moved on to 52 for the loss of 1. And this one is up in the possibility of a catch, and he goes. So soft dismissal there. Kingsley Paul looking for that big lofted drive again and getting the outer portion of the bat, and he was caught by Mervyn Wells at the short cover region. So the Akil City Blasters losing their second wicket. Kingsley Paul, he goes, caught Wells of the bowling of Alan Prosper for 33. He faced some 21 deliveries, so losing the second wicket just on the stroke of the power play. So the Akil City Blasters losing the second wicket, and the new batter, Jaden Elibox, just coming to join Valenius Gabriel. So at the end of the power play, the Akil City Blasters 52 for 2. So it looks like Shubin Leo is going to continue the bowling. He's going to be bowling his full quota. He certainly has kept things very tight at the northern end. His 3 overs, he has only conceded 15 runs. So he is going at a rate of 5 on over. This is very economical, especially in the power play phase. So he will be bowling to Eli Box. Short delivery, and this one is punch off the back foot and a valiant effort there by the fielder at the cover region. Perhaps got a fingertip to it and they able to come back for 2. Hazel Shalry at the point boundary moves across smartly to his left and restricts the Blasters to just 2. So with that, the score moves on to 54. So Eli Box is off the mark. Short ball, and this time looking to work this one off the 5, got a top edge. Unfortunate enough for him, the bowler in his follow through could not get to the drop zone in time. So a half chance created there by Siobhan Leo, really cramping Eli Box for room. So Leo continuing to do good work there for the Micoud Eagles, continuing to keeping the pressure on the Akil City holders, not giving them the leeway to really free their arms. And again comes forward, pushes this one. Fielder comes smartly at the short cover region, prevents a single. So Leo continuing to bowl a tight line, tight length. And this one shot outside the off stump. Eli Box guides it on to Ted Jonas on the Footmount boundary, resulting 1 run. So Gabriel is on strike now. Short delivery, and this one he guides it to the left of the keeper and down to the vacant footman boundary for 4. So a very sharp delivery outside the off stump, using the pace of Siobhan Leo, and just guides it past the wicketkeeper down to the boundary for 4. So good intelligent batting there by Cornelius Gabriel. And again, this one outside the off stump, pushes it to the fielder at the gully region, and the scamper through for a single. So good. So 60 at the end of the 7th over. So some 8 runs was scored of the last over of the spell of Siobhan Leo, the most expensive one was in the contest of the game. So Siobhan Leo completed his 4 overs, 1 wicket, and he only considered 23 runs. So in the scheme of things, very good bowling there by Siobhan Leo. So for the Gabriel, he has moved on to 19 of 16 deliveries. And Jaden Eli box 5 from 2. So Alan Prosper to continue his first over. He picked up the wicket of Kingsley Paul, but was a bit expensive, considered some 12 runs. He would need to tighten things up a bit. And first delivery, he brings Eli box forward, plays it back to the bowler. So good start to the over there by Alan Prosper. And this one, the mighty heave, and Sammy is only going to be a spectator. It's onto the roof of the stand, and it is a 6. So Jaden Eli box, looking at the bat, it looks like it came from the toe end of the bat, but had enough to travel all the way. So the score moves on to 66 for the loss of 2. So a big lusty blow there, struck there by Eli box. And again, this one up in the air, possibility of a catch. It looks like it's going to drop safe. Jaden Eli box looking to go big again, and the ball comes out the outer portion of the bat, and it went high up in the air. The man at the point, the extra cover really couldn't come across in time, and it dropped in between the free fielders. So in this occasion, Gabriel pulls this one. They've gone for one, thinking of a second. Sammy comes off the wide long off region very quickly, restrict them to just 1. So 68 for the loss of 2, 7.4 overs. And this one, the light box on the back foot pushes it to the long off region where Wells does the fielding. 1 run resulting. And this one up in the air, possibility of a catch, and it looked like, and it has dropped. Merlan Sammy comes right across, and it really was not his catch. They had the fielder at the Rohan Lesmore, that is at the long on boundary, right on the ropes, and he really settled in, and the ball was in, and he was bumped by Sammy, and a chance gone a begging. So bad miss there for the Micoud Eagles. Alan Prosper should have picked up his second wicket, but there was a miscommunication and a chance went a begging. So lucky for the City Blasters, they are not 3 wickets down. So at the end of over number 8, they are 70 for the loss of 2. So it looks like it's Keegan Arnold. He will be operating from the northern end. He will be replacing Siobhan Leo, who had a good spell. 4 overs, only considered 23 runs. So Arnold would need to continue keeping the pressure from the northern end. And first delivery loose. And this one was dispatched into the mid-wicket region for 4, bisecting the 2 fielders. The fielder at the wide mid-wicket and the square leg fielder. So certainly a loose delivery there by Keegan Arnold. And Vanillas Gabriel took full advantage of it. So the score moves on to 74. Gabriel moves on to 25. And Arnold on this occasion outside the off stump. A play and a miss there by Gabriel. Much better line, much better length. Short delivery, and this time he's on the back foot. Forces this one over the extra cover in the fielder. Comes across from the wide long off region and restrict them down to they have run 3 runs. So good aggressive run in there between these two. J.D. Liebox really pushing Vanillas Gabriel for the 3rd run. So with that, the score has moved on to 77. So halfway in the over. And this one is short again. This time he has not taken full advantage of it. The ball is struck straight to the fielder at the backward square region. 1 run resulting. Should have done much better with that loose delivery from Keegan Arnold. 78 for 2. Still 2 balls remaining in the over. And this one, quicker delivery, short angling down the leg side, but really cramping Vanillas Gabriel for room. So Arnold will be hoping for a good end to the over. And this one is comprehensively bowled. Did indicate a good end to the over. I could not want a better end to the over. Vanillas Gabriel playing on the back foot. And he was comprehensively bowled there by Keegan Arnold. So the Akel City Blasters losing their 3rd wicket just on the stroke of the 9th over. At the end of 9, they are 78 for the loss of 3, and Keegan Arnold certainly would be happy having been introduced into the attack, picking up the scalp of Vanillas Gabriel. And it looks like the incoming batter, McKenny Clark, number 17. So Clark is known more for his fast bowling, but certainly has some ability with the bats. He has been promoted up the order, and a lot would depend on Jaden Liebox to bat out as many of those 11 overs remaining so that he could see his team to a very competitive score. And this one wide outside the off stump. He just guides it to the right of Jonas, who was at the backward point region, short backward point, able to go for a single. So this brings McKenny Clark on strike. So Alan Prosper 2.1 over, 23 runs so far. He did create an opportunity for a 2nd wicket in the last over. Delivery there to Clark, brings him in defense, plays it back to the bowler Alan Prosper. Alan Prosper certainly a veteran, one of the the more senior players in the game still. This one down the leg side, a missed opportunity there by Clark. Lots of empty real estate there. All he had to do was get back to ball, and there's a possibility of picking up a boundary, but certainly missed out on that opportunity. It brings Eli Box back into strike. Short delivery back on the back foot. Works this one into the short mid-wicket region. Fielder comes off the boundary very quickly. Restrict them to just one. So 81 for 3. So certainly the Blasters will not want to lose any more wickets before the halfway stage, where they perhaps could reassess their position. Faster delivery, shot into the wicket and played back to the bowler. So Alan Prosper certainly using his experience out in the middle, and much quicker delivery there, just at about off stump. Clark camping on the back foot, perhaps looking to play this one through the point region, but only succeeded in pushing it into the short cover, where they were able to scamper through for a single. So a good over so far by Aline Prosper. No boundaries considered. Again, this one is played back to the bowler. So excellent foot over there by Aline Prosper. Really keeping things tight. 83 for 3. So only conceding 5 runs in this over. So certainly the City Blasters at the halfway stage, they have a chance to really reassess. Not by any means a bad position to be in. 83, it means that in the next 10 overs, if they could go at least rate of 10 and over, they could get themselves in excess of 180 to 190, which would be competitive. So at this point, we were going to take a break, and when we resume, it will be the voice of Claudius Emmanuel.
So welcome back for the resumption. Start of over number 11. So the Akel City Blasters 83 for 3. So they are scoring at 8.3. And Clark and Jaden Elibox would want to push things along. And We'll have to see what they can get to. So it's going to be Arnold to continue. And he will bowl to Clark. Arnold to Clark. Clark forces it off the back foot out towards the long on fielder, who is not quick enough to prevent them from coming back for a second. So Clark moving to 3 as the total goes to 85. 85 for 3. City Blasters would want this partnership to stay out at the middle for some more overs, and they'll look to push on with wickets in hand. Of course, McKenny Clark has the ability to hit the ball out of the playing area. We have seen him do it at the regional level. Look to do so here at the right time, though. He's off the back foot, getting a single to Mervyn Wells on the edge of the circle at the short third. So one more to the total as Clark goes to 4. It's 86 for 3. So Arnold with the wicket of Gabriel in his previous over will move in now to Eli Box. So short delivery pulled away and will find a gap away from the backward square fielder Prosper. So a poor delivery there and put away nicely by Eli Box, taking him to 20 and the total to 90 for 3. So the bad deliveries come in occasionally and being capitalized upon. That's lofted, that's gone high, that's gone over the head of the long off fielder, and I think that has cleared the wall as well into the river maybe. It's inside, I'm told. It's very much inside, but it's cleared the boundary by some distance. And a lofted, handsome stroke from Eli Box, taking him to 26. And the total to 96 for 3. That was in the slot. And a lovely flow of the bat from the left-hander, dismissing the ball from his presence and getting full value. So a maximum to him as City Blasters, they edge closer to the 100 mark. The stroke prompting a discussion with Arnold. 2 deliveries left in his over. So he comes in again to Eli Box. Eli Box gets one down the leg side, looking to flick at it. Doesn't make contact. Good work from keeper O'Geese, breaking the stumps, whipping the bails off. Interesting there, no wide call by umpire Augustine. Maybe clipping the pad, perhaps. Maybe very close to the leg stump. We'll have to speculate. Good work from O'Geese, but the back foot of Eli Box was grounded. Arnold again to Eli Box. Wide delivery hit high into the offside and perhaps all the way, no, just inside. So 4 runs, says umpire Augustine. A poor delivery from Arnold, who was tended to drag down a few. That was one, short and wide, and lofted over the infield to complete the 11th over and bring up the 100 for the Akel City Blasters. So 100 for 3 at the end of 11. And a productive over there with some 17 runs coming from it. And definitely acceleration after the water break. So City Blasters looking to push on as Aline Prosper will continue. So the off spin from the southern end, and as we have seen with a number of bowlers, been given his full quarter on the trot, well separated by the drinks break, of course. He bowls to Clark. Clark is showing good movement of the feet, good positioning as well to play the stroke, going back deep in the crease and punching with a relatively straight bat into the offside to get a well accomplished single, showing his ability, showing his exposure at the regional level. Would have come from Volcano's preparation camp. Unfortunately, he didn't make the final cut, but he's there demonstrating. Shot pulled away by Eli Box into the boundary at mid-wicket for 4. Poor delivery from Prosper and smashed through the vacant mid-wicket area for 4. So Eli Box pushing on. In fact, he has gone quite quickly indeed. He's 34 now from just 15 deliveries. 105 for 3. Prosper to Eli Box. Eli Box drives. Airborne caught. Oh, loose stroke. I was just praising the innings. And, well. Unfortunately, I've put some goat mouth on Eli Box, who can't believe his misfortune. He's down on his knees, but he has to go. A delivery outside the off stump, looking to flash it away and finding the man at point who took a good catch. So the end of Jaden Eli Box, a very breezy innings indeed. Unfortunately, coming to an end. He goes caught at point off the bowling of Aline Prosper for 34, and the total now 105 for 4. Well, that's how it happens in the game. Seem to be going nicely, and all of a sudden, bit of a mistake, and your dismissal coming about. That brings number 170, a big number, on the back of McGarren Shulet. Not sure why he's got a big number. Perhaps his police service official number. We have seen a number of big numbers. I think on the field we've got a big number. Oh, he's changed that. Rohan Lesmore no longer with a big number. He's got a small number this year, 43. Forward goes McGarren Shulet, his first delivery, and played away into the offside. Is Aline Prosper still a police officer? Still very much so. So one police officer to another. So he comes into Shulet. Shulet is forward and plays back to Prosper. Was done quite well for his many years in the game. Perhaps one of the oldest out there in the competition. He comes in to Shulet. Shulet is going big. That's gone high. Does it have enough? Somebody's under it. Oh, puts it down. Mervyn Wells. Oh my. Should have caught that. A power failure from McGarren Shulet, looking to go big. It went high and coming off the long on boundary. Mervyn Wells, well, maybe didn't really steady himself. Seemed to have been on the move when he looked to take it over his head two-handed and didn't hold on. Alive for McGarren Shulet. He gets off the mark. And the total at the end of the 12th over, 106 for 4. This could be a costly miss for the Micoud Eagles, because McGarren Shulet is a big man and he packs a punch. And with the innings coming to an end, well, we are some 8 overs away, but Shulet is the type of player that if he gets hold of you, can do some damage. Bowling change. Ted Jonas being brought on from the northern end. His first bowl. He'll bowl to Shulet over number 13. Wide delivery. Starts with a very poor one. Down the leg side. And so one more to the total. So Jonas, quite interesting, has that left leg that doesn't really prevent him from bowling. He's back of a length to Shulet. He plays it away into the offside for his second run. 108 for 4. So Jonas walking back, that left leg, some sort of deformity in it. And it's interesting that he's able to work through that in the bowling action, and in the delivery stride, doesn't really use that leg. There's a hop and outside the off stump. And not too far away from the off stump of McKinney Clark. Quite remarkable that Ted Jonas, despite what may well have been a congenital thing from birth with that left leg, still bowling, hop in the delivery stride and bowls well. McKinney Clark not having anything to look to get under or smash straight down, has to defend. Good dot ball from Jonas, keeping the big hitting Clark quiet. So 2 big hitters for the City Blasters. Midway through the 13th over. Jonas to Clark. Clark advancing, hitting out towards deep mid-wicket just for the single. So again, not really getting anything with the sort of pace that he's looking for to launch against Jonas, who keeps him quiet. Good over so far from the medium pacer. Just the 2 from the first 4 balls of his spell. Comes in now to Shulet. Shulet is getting a single. Just opening the face down to short third. Wells is there on the edge of the circle. 1 more to the total as Shulet goes to 3. 110 for 4. 1 delivery left in the 14th over. Correction, the 13th over. Clark in strike. Jonas to him. Short, smash down to the sweeper at mid-wicket. Good fielding as he was getting a bit of an unkind bounce, but got the body in behind it. So 1 more to Clark. So good over from Jonas is first. Just the 4 singles from it. And at the end of 13, the City Blasters, they are 111 for 4.
And at the end of the over, the score moves on to 111 for 4.
So Kensley Paul 33, Gabriel 28, and Jaden Eli Box 34. The main contributors having been dismissed, and of course Stephen Natrum to come. Adonis, John, Sexius, Joseph, and Shalmine. So Prosper completing his spell, and 1 off spinner giving way to another. Hazel Shalry starts and bowls full. Squeezed out into the offside, the onside. They'll go for the second as Chevron Leo from behind square having a lot of work to do to come to the mid-wicket region. And good desperate stuff from Shulet and Clark. They came back for the second. 113 for 4. Shalry to Clark. Clark lofts that. That's going back pedaling. A fielder coming. Oh, diving attempt by Merlin Sammy. Not able to hold on. And the return will come in. They'll come back for the second. Good effort from Sammy. He was at the deep extra cover region. I had to come a long way to his right. Put in the full length dive, but not able to hold on. Not able to touch it at all, in fact. 2-2 Clark. Shalry bows to him. He has played that high. This time a much easier opportunity. Oh, taken eventually on the rebound. Almost muffed it, but in the end got the opportunity to take the rebound. So the end of Clark looking to go maybe cross-batted. The bat not really coming as straight as it should have. And played it really in the circle, and so accounting for his dismissal. So the end of McKinney Clark going off the bowling of Hazel Shalry, and in the 14th over the City Blasters losing their 5th wicket as Clark has gone for 11, and the new batter coming out looks like Adonis, and he is going to come in. Yes, Kyle Adonis, number 19, and he will join Magara and Shulet. So McKinney Clark, unfortunate for him, not able to launch at the offerings from Hazel Shalry, who's picked up his wicket in his first over. So midway in the 14th over, and the Micoud Eagles picking up their 5th wicket. Adonis to face his first delivery. Shalry drives, bowls to him down the ground. Can Lesmore come across? No, he can't. Not a big effort from the big man. Didn't really get the big frame behind that. So that has gone for 4. So off the mark there goes Kyle Adonis, as the total goes to 119 for 5. Swap of fielders as Lesmore comes in the circle and Charles goes to long off. Back goes Adonis and plays to Lesmore for a single, as the total pushes to 120. So for number 14, Shalry bowls to Shulet. Shulet off the back foot, smashes it down to long off. Charles on his knees, getting the body in behind it, keeping it down to the single as the over is completed. The 14th of the innings. 121 for 5. So Akel City Blasters scoring at 8.64. And still 6 overs to go. They'll want to push on.
At the end of 14 overs, the score is 121 for 5.
Shulet will be in strike, as Jonas will continue for his second over. Long off, long on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep extra cover. The 5 fielders out. Jonas to Shulet. Shulet gets the back of a length one, punches it, forces it off the back foot. Brings the sweep off the deep extra cover boundary as they take 1. 122 for 5. Minding you that this is game 3 of the SPL in 2006. Of course, 32 games in the preliminary stage of the competition. Jonas to Adonis will get a single as he pushes it into extra cover. Shalry is there. One more to the total. 123 for 5. Jonas to Shulet. Shulet smashes that out towards the offside. Can the sweeper come across? He does. And he indicates 4 because I think he recognizes that he was touching the rope. So good on that fielder there. Not giving any problems there to umpire Ali Augustine. So just acknowledging that, yes, umps touched the boundary. So 4 to the books. 4 for Shulet, 127 for 5. Jonas to Shulet. Shulet, slower delivery, hoiks it out to long on. Couple of bounces to the fielder. And so just a single. 128 now for 5. Shulet getting to double figures now with the single, as Adonis will come into strike. City Blasters going at 8.73. Jonas to Adonis. Adonis, a play and a miss. Outside off stump. And keeper Ogis taking that. So Jonas, number 7. He's done well. This is his second over. Not for 12. One delivery left in his over. Comes in now to Adonis. Adonis hoiks that. That's gone towards the boundary. Over it. The fielder on the boundary looking to make a catch of it, but it had enough to clear his head and land on the fence behind him, well over the boundary. So a maximum to complete the 15th over with Adonis striking that blow, going to 12. And the Akel City Blasters with 5 overs left. 134 for 5. And looking to really push things along. So 5 overs left. Paul 33, Gabriel 28, Eli Box 34. Prosper in his 4, picking up 2 for 34. We continue with the 16th over. Shulet is going out towards long on. It will fall safely as Mervyn Wells picking it up, electing to pick up on the bounce. One more to the total as Shallery to Adonis. Adonis turns it again to Wells. Another single as the total goes to 135. 146 correction. Greg is back with me. This is a good platform for them to push on, Greg. What do you suspect they would want to get from this position, 136 for 5?
You want to go at a minimum 10, 12 runs and over.
So this is the 16th. Shulet in strike. Shallery to him. Flight to delivery. Looking to go big. Doesn't get hold of it. Goes along the ground to Prosper on the mid-wicket boundary. And for all that big effort, just a single. So Shulet not getting hold of it. He goes to 12. It's 137 for 5. Shallery, the off-spinner, moves into Adonis. Adonis back. Smashes it into the offside. Lesmore is there. Straight to him, no run. And it stays therefore 137 for 5. 2 deliveries left in the 16th. Hazel Shallery to Adonis. Adonis hits that out towards mid-wicket. That's over the head of Wells. And well over the boundary for 6. So connecting on this occasion, Kyle Adonis for his second maximum as he pushes the total to 139 for 5. And a good blow there by the right-hander.
Yes, good slug sweep there by Kyle Adonis. Second we have seen him played so far in the inning.
Shallery to Adonis. Adonis back. Chops it away. Straight to the sweeper though. Sammy comes off the boundary on the offside. And they complete one to complete the 16th over. City Blasters 145 for 5. So with what, 24 balls left in the innings, they are currently at 9.16. Projected total from you, Greg Wilson?
What, with 4 overs remaining, I reckon they could get to about 190.
Okay, I've taken note of that, mate. We'll see how accurate you are with the prediction. Ted Jonas to start his third, the 17th of the innings. To Adonis, off the back foot, punches it out towards the offside, beats the man in the inner ring. The sweeper is mopping it up as they come back for the second. So 146 for 5. Adonis has gone quite nicely, 22 from just 9. Shulet, well, he has not really gotten hold of them. His 12 is from 11. They are from 11. And he will want to up that scoring rate. A bit of a drizzle with us, but it's light. Adonis off the back foot goes Adonis. Smashes it out towards the fielder, but can't get it. The man from long off. He had a long run to his left and just not able to cut it. It beat the man inside the circle. Shallery to his right.
Leo, the one on the long
shove
off.
on Leo, not able to cut it off. Another boundary to Adonis, who's gone quickly to 26 from 10 as the 150 comes up for the City Blasters. Jonas to Adonis. Adonis full touch ball. Oh, he missed that. He thought that was so juicy and looking to hoik that somewhere over mid-wicket. Missed it and walks away with a wry smile and just ruining his misfortune there, because it was the sort of delivery, Greg Wilson, that your eyes light up, thinking, oh, I've got a 6, but a bit of an inside edge maybe into the stumps. And so the end of his very breezy knock. So he goes for 26, ball by Jonas. And in the 17th over, City Blasters 150 for 6.
Yes, much deserved knock there by Kyle Adonis. Really added a bit of impetus to the innings there for a short period of time. They really were not going anywhere, and getting some 26 of 11 deliveries. So certainly the platform is set, Claudius. One would hope that they could continue with the sort of rate that we have seen in the last 3 overs to get them to my predicted score of 190.
New batter coming in, Kimani Sexius. Interestingly, he has the name Kyle on his shirt, but his number 76 corresponding to Sexius on the list. Jonas to Sexius. Sexius swinging, a play and a miss outside off stump. And into the gloves of Auguste. So Jonas picking up the wicket. He's first. And he's going to continue. He comes into Sexius short and looking to hoik that away. And missing outside the off stump as the over comes to an end. So the end of the 17th, Adonis being dismissed in that Jonas over. So Jonas picking up his first wicket. So 17 completed and 150 I make it for 6.
Yes, good productive over there for Ted Jonas, really getting the wicket of Kyle Adonis. He was really looking threatening for a moment there. He was really starting to get the ball off the middle of the bats, and they really needed to see the back of him, and that Ted Jonas was able to do. So certainly the City Blasters, they would want to continue up in the ante in the last 2 overs to perhaps get, a very competitive score, because from what we have seen so far, the wicket seems to be a very good track for batting.
So, Shalry to start the 18th over. He'll move to Shulet. Shulet back and hoiks that out towards the fielder on the bounce, electing to take it. Aline Prosper. Don't think his Shalry was quite happy with that. Single ensuing, 151 for 6. Shalry to Sexius, clipped away out towards forward square. They think of the second. Sexius wants it, but Shulet does not. And so they have to stay at 1. Sexius getting off the mark with the single, 152 for 6. Shulet in strike. Shalry to him, goes back and missing. Perhaps a slower one down the leg side, and having to wait almost an eternity for that. And missing it. Shalry again to Shulet. Shulet back, smashes it back to Shalry. So it's just not happening there for Shulet.
Yes, certainly he's struggling. We've seen him putting in the effort, but the ball really not coming off the bat.
Yes, not much output from the effort. Shalry to him. This time he goes over the keeper, out towards the 3rd boundary. They think of the 2nd, but just the 1. Shulet really struggling in getting the ball away. And on his haunches at the non-striker's end, thinking, oh my, what's happening to me? I'm just not middling at all. 153 for hold them. So Sexius missing that, and the ball crashing into his stumps. And success for Hazel Shallery. So Sexius going. Bowled for one. Bowled for one. And another success, another wicket for the Micoud Eagles.
Yes, Hazel Shallery using all his experience, really slowing this one up. And Sexius backing away, looking to access the cover region. And he was comprehensively bowled. So just when the City Blasters would want to accelerate, they seem to be losing a flurry of wickets. So really not helping the cause in the last 2 overs.
Yes. So just to indicate to viewers that the score is actually 153 for 7. So just to take note. So over number 19, Jonas to Shulet. Shulet play and a miss to one that is outside the off stump. So 153 for 7 it remains. Just getting the graphic sorted out, but we can tell you that this is the current score. Jonas to Shulet. Shulet edges down to deep third. Oh! Missed by Mervyn Wells. And the ball going into the boundary behind him for 4. In fact, he was inside the circle at short third. So a boundary to Shulet. Again, didn't quite get hold of it. But this time coming off the top edge and going to the third boundary for 4. Total pushing on to 157 for 7. This is over number 19. Jonas to Shulet, advancing and missing.
Yes, Shulet really struggling out in the middle. Certainly has used up quite a few deliveries. Just unable to get this sort of result. He has stood in his crease, he has advanced down the track, just nothing seems to be working.
He has gone big, he has gone massive. Jonas to Shulet. Shulet hits that, that's gone this time. Over.
My goodness.
Forward point. And all the way to the boundary for 6. Really getting hold of this one, short and wide. And the power and the muscle of Shulet on show there, as he has cleared the boundary on the offside. The total with the maximum going to 163 for 7. Rain a little heavier, but still maybe not enough to stop the game. Jonas bowls wide. Call wide by umpire Ali Augustine. As the total 163 for 7. We are in the 19th over, so 1 over after this.
4 now, 64 with the wide.
Indeed, 164 with the wide. Jonas to Shulet. Shulet smashes that out to the deep mid-wicket fielder who gets a good bounce. Single to Shulet. 165 now for 7. As Sexius comes into strike.
Yes, so it's Dylan John actually.
Yes, in fact, yes, Dylan John with Sexius dismissed previously. So Dylan John, the new batter, number 77. So Dylan just getting ready, but Jonas missing his run and having to go back. Drizzle practically gone. Jonas struggling to complete this over Greg, and the rhythm just eluding him there.
Yeah, and with the slight surface moisture, that perhaps one of the contributing factors, Claudius.
Jonas Moving into Dylan John. John gets a short one, paddles it out to the mid-wicket fielder, and the single is not taken.
Well,
As Sammy feels. A little surprising that they didn't take this single, and the over completed. Or is it the end of the over, or is Jonas going off? Is that the end of the over?
yeah, it looks like the end of the over, because McGarren should have turned down the single in the last ball of the over.
So that he'll be in strike
That
for the
he'll
last
be in
over.
strike, but Dylan John is capable of hitting a long ball, and he would be hitting towards the shorter side of the ground.
So 19 completed. So final over.
At the end of 19 overs, the score 171 for 7.
So we'll have the final over. Phillip to Shulet. Shulet lofts that. That's gone high. That's gone for 6. In the slot, in his area, and whipping that away nicely. And getting the maximum to start the 20th over with the 6. The total goes to 177 for 7, with Shulet pushing on to 31 from his 21 deliveries. Phillip will move in again. Shulet is playing and missing to one that is on about leg stump, but maybe paced off and losing the momentum in the stroke. And a good comeback from Phillip after being smashed for 6 the first ball of the over.
Yes, certainly using a bit of variation there in the process.
Phillip to Shulet. Shulet short wide and called wide. Keeper Ogis doesn't pick up, but Arnold is backing up at short third. Wide call. Single to the total, 178 for 7. Still 4 deliveries left. And, well, you said 190, Mr. Wilson.
2 maximums will get me there.
We are 12 away from that. Phillip to Shulet. Shulet smashes it along the ground. Long off comes off the boundary. Shulet will be looking for the second. The misfield will allow him to do so, as Dylan John is equal to the situation, responding well, coming back for the second. 184-7. Shulet accelerating towards the end of the innings. He's gone to 33 from 22. Can he smash a few maximums with the 3 deliveries left in the over? Phillip to Shulet. Shulet bowled! Pace off, looking to hoik that away, but it was too early in the stroke and therefore losing his off stump. Good work by Kyron Phillip to keep the big hidden Shulet away from the boundary, and in fact walking towards the boundary, signaling the completion of his innings. So the end of Shulet bowled Phillip for 33 in the final over. It's 180 for 7.
Yes, good change of delivery there by
Correction, for 8.
by Kyron Phillip to get the dismissal of Shulet. But Shulet started really slow in his innings, Claudius, but towards the back end of the innings was really able to accelerate beautifully for the team.
Indeed. So good for him. Struggled in the earlier part, but sort of making up for it in the second half. Aaron Joseph, the number 10 batter, comes out to join Dylan John. He'll be in strike. He's a left-hander, and he's got 2 deliveries remaining in the innings. Well, discussion between himself and Dylan John, I'm not sure why, because it's clear that Joseph has to smash two maximums.
Well, and I think Dylan must have said to him, we're going to run at if the ball goes through the keeper, because Dylan would want to have
At least one.
at least one.
So the plan is we are going to run for everything, no matter where it is. But of course, before that, you need to swing to the hills. Let's see if Joseph can connect. Phillip, penultimate delivery of the innings. A swing and a miss outside the off stump. Dylan runs and we'll get there. So call by the umpire. So Dylan John gets his wish to face one. And the question for him is, can he hit it out of the playing area? I think that would be what he's aiming for with the bye 181 for 8.
Yes. So the Micoud Eagles, Claudius, in the last few overs, they have really sort of pulled things back. Because at one time it was looking closer to that 190, 200 mark.
Phillip to John. John hits that out towards mid-wicket. Can it go all the way? One bounce. Yes, it does. So good finish to the innings by Dylan John, smashing Phillip over mid-wicket or into the mid-wicket boundary for 4 to end up on 4 not out and to bring the Akel City Blasters to a total of 185 for 8. And a good effort from them, overall scoring at 9.25, and a good effort after they were inserted by the Micoud Eagles. Greg Wilson, your assessment of the batting effort by Akel City Blasters?
Well, certainly haven't lost the early wicket of the captain, Stephen Natrum, who was really the linchpin of the Akel City Blasters batting. I thought they did well, but the only thing is that they were losing crucial wickets at crucial stages. For example, the likes of Jaden Liebox, just when he looked like he was about to accelerate, we saw the loss of his wicket. Kingsley Paul as well. He played a decent inning, and Margaret Shullett, who really struggled, but towards in the end he came good. But 185, Claudius, I think it is a competitive total. I would still think that they perhaps 15 to 20 runs short. But considering the fact that they lost Stephen Natrum very early, I think they did well enough to have gotten to 185. But a lot of praise has to go to Siobhan Leo, who really kept things tight at the power play stage, and so much so that he was given his full quota of overs. So he really was the one who was the key architect in City Blasters not getting perhaps to 200 runs.
Indeed. Leo ended up with 1 for 23 from his 4. Prosper 2 for 37 from his 4. And Hazel Shallery 2 for 25. As Greg said, 3 batsmen getting into the early 40s but not going on. Eli Box 34, Paul 33, and Shulet also getting 33. They benefited from 8 extras, so good tight stuff from Micoud Eagles. The City Blasters scoring at 9.25. So the target 186 for the Micoud Eagles. And to get there, they need to strike at 9.3. We'll take a break, therefore, as we are at the innings break. And then we'll come back as the Micoud Eagles look to get past the target of 186. We take a break, and then we'll come back for the Chiefs.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we'll catch up.
So we're ready for the chase. Game 3, SPL 2026. Akel City Blasters. 185 for 8 they got. And so Micoud Eagles, their target, 186. Dominic Auguste and Mervyn Wells, the two openers. And it's going to be Dylan John to start from the far end, the northern end of the ground. So 9.3, the required rate. And John will start with a solitary slip and a short third. So John, the left-hander, will move into the right-handed Wells. First delivery. Wells is struck on the pad. Is it coming back enough? Yes, it's given. Oh, Mervyn Wells is not happy with the decision. Umpire Ali Augustine taking a long time to deliberate on that. And then raising that index finger. And a disconsolate Mervyn Wells goes back. A Judge LBW, the very first ball of the innings. So it's gone without scoring. And the worst stat you can have, Micoud Eagles, no run for 1 wicket. Greg Wilson.
Certainly, that's a dream start for Dylan John and the Akel City Blasters. But to be honest, Claudius, I thought the umpire really took a long time before he raised that dreaded finger.
However, I think he's made the right decision. He took a long time, but I think that was full and that came back. And unfortunate for Mervyn Wells, I think that's out.
Yes, so a serious body blow been struck there to the Micoud Eagles there. The ever-reliant Mervyn Wells is back in the hut.
And this is a big dismissal because Micoud Eagles depend a lot on Mervyn Wells. We saw them last year really struggling to put runs on the board. When Mervyn Wells struggled, they struggled. New batter looking to work that. That's one is going down the leg side.
Look like Samuel Charles.
And struck on the pad.
Samuel Charles.
No run. Number 3 batter, number 73, Samuel Charles, coming in to replace Mervyn Wells. So not for 1. Third delivery of the innings. John with a solitary slip moves into Charles. Charles advancing and looking to smash it away. Will get the single as there's a misfield at mid-wicket.
Looks like Kimani Sexy is the culprit there.
Sexius not picking up, easing the pressure. And of course, Stephen Natram, the skipper, not happy with that. So Charles gets off the mark. As the Micoud Eagles get off the mark. So 1 for 1. This is the first over. Dominic Auguste, the left-hander, will face his first delivery. Deep extra cover and long leg, the two fielders out for the left-handed John, who comes into Auguste. Auguste whips that away, and that will be a boundary just inside this square leg boundary. Nicely put away by the left-hander. John erring into the pads and clipped away nicely for Auguste to get off the mark and to take Micoud Eagles to 5 for 1 in the first over.
Yes, Auguste really couldn't want a better delivery to get off the mark. This one just angling into the pads. And it was basically a hit-me delivery. And getting 4 valuable runs there. So certainly John would need to change the line of attack.
He'll move in again to Auguste. John to the left-hander. Down the leg side, it beats a diving Stephen Natram and will go into the boundary behind him for 4. And that will count as 5 because there's the wide call from umpire Augustine. And a ragged delivery there from John, costing his team 5, taking the Micoud Eagles to 10 for 1.
I think Dylan John haven't gotten that early breakthrough. I think he still is up and he feels that he could really run in and really fire this one in, but really it's all about settling into a good line and length rather than being erratic.
John needing to be in good areas. Moves into Auguste. Auguste is playing a loose, naughty looking stroke outside the off stump as it goes into the gloves of Natrum. Nothing stroke there from Auguste.
Yes, perhaps he was caught in 2 minds, but good comeback delivery there by Dylan John, nevertheless.
Yes, I think this is where he needs to be. A 6-3 field, just a 3 on the onside. He shouldn't be there at all. Needs to be on off stump. So he comes into Auguste. Auguste is slashing at it outside the off stump and missing. Good carry, good bounce on this one to complete the over. So Dylan John gets away with 2 dot balls. You'll have to see to complete the over. The first of the innings. At the end of it, 10 for 1. The Micoud Eagles going after 186.
Yes, certainly a good start there to the innings by Dylan John, getting the wicket of the captain there, the very first delivery of the innings. So certainly the sort of start that he would have wanted, but we also saw him being a bit erratic in that very same over. So it was a sort of a mixed bag for Dylan John, picking up a wicket, but at the end conceding some 10 runs.
McGarren Shulet, big fish, number 170, will get his bowling action in order. Interesting, very military walk back to the mark, evidence of his long experience in the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Not sure that he's going to be arresting anybody tonight. Let's see. He'll bowl to Charles Shulet. First delivery to Charles. Smashes it down the ground for 4. Oh, no respect there for the military man. Ball pitched up and smashed past him for 4. And Charles going to 5 and the total 14 for 1.
Well, that
No respect there for Shulet.
Yeah, but then again, that was a very friendly delivery, Claudius. In a power play, you serve this very early. It deserved the treatment.
Given the treatment indeed. Shulet needing to do better to Charles. Down the track, smashes it up through the field, that long bit off. And an even better stroke on this occasion. That went quickly. Eli Box thought he had it covered, but somehow it pierced through and went to the boundary for 4. Successive boundaries for Charles. Micoud Eagles pushing along to 18 for 1. And Shulet greeted by 2 powerful boundaries. The first 2 that he has delivered. First 2 deliveries he has delivered. What can he do? As Charles in an aggressive mood. Shulet to him. Poor delivery down the right side. Good take though by Natrum. Wild delivery by Shulet. Called wide by the umpire. As the total goes to 19 for 1.
Well, certainly the previous delivery that went like a trace bullet. Being a military man, he would know all about bullets, but certainly looked to avoid and strain down the leg side on this occasion.
Shulet, that's hit high over long on 6. Full toss. And smashed by Charles. Way over long on. A poor delivery from Shulet. Given the treatment from Charles, was a no-nonsense ball striker. He's gone to 15 from 5 deliveries. Total 21 for 5. The big fish has been roughed up here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. Shulet comes in down the track, hits 6! Down the ground, straight, crashing into the pavilion at the southern end of the ground. And my oh my,
21 so far.
Samuel Charles has gone 4-4-4. In fact, 4-4-6-6. 20 off the over from the bat. All told, 21 with the wide. And, well, not a good start by Shulet, as coming in again to Charles. Short, and Charles plays at it and misses. Looking to uppercut that with the bounce and the length, but that went into the gloves of Stephen Natrom. So City Blasters, the message being sent very clearly from Micoud Eagles: we're not going to play dead here. We're going to challenge this 186. You have a fight on your hands, City Blasters. Shulet to Charles. Charles gets the back of a length delivery and defense, and brings a quiet end to what was really an explosive over. The second of the innings, Micoud Eagles away to a rapid start. They're 31 for 1.
Yes, a good end to the over there by Magaran Shulet. Certainly he was put under the pump, but to be honest, Claudius, the last 2 deliveries really look like effort deliveries. The first 4 deliveries where he was smashed, to me he was just ambling in. So he really needed that rude awakening, and he certainly got it.
Yeah, got it indeed. The Micoud worm above the City Blasters at the start of the innings. Not surprising, because Micoud Eagles soaring at 15.5 per over. John to start the 3rd over. He'll bowl to the left-handed Auguste, who clips it away in the air, will fall safely away from Adonis, who's pursuing towards the boundary, but will not prevent 2. Return coming in on the bounce to Stephen Natrom. So 33 for 1. Auguste going to 6. Charles has gone rapidly along to 21 from 8. Auguste 6 from 4. This is the 3rd over. Required rate reduced to 8.56. It was 9.3 at the start. Dylan John to Auguste. Auguste is looking to work that away. That has come off the thigh pad and has gone into the boundary below us. 4 leg byes now signaled by the umpire. Very optimistic appeal there by Dylan John, because that was hit well above the pad, coming from the thigh region, eluding keeper Natrom and going behind him to his left for 4. So 37 for 1. John will continue. He wants a field change though, sending the square leg from inside the circle to the boundary, and long leg coming into the circle at 45. John moving into Auguste. Auguste backs away and missing outside the off stump. I think he backed away too far, because he ended up away from the delivery, and in the end missed out on the slash outside the off stump. Ball to Dylan John.
I think based on the change in field, I think it was very much predictable, unless it would have been a bluff. But I think Dominic expected that short delivery, but fortunate enough he did not put back to it.
John moving into Auguste. Auguste is slashing that uppercut 6, sailing over the wide 3rd man backward point region, and really getting full value for an errant delivery, short and wide, and inviting the slash, the uppercut. Dominic Auguste obliging, That went flying through the night sky and all the way for 6. He goes to 12. It's 43 for 1.
But I haven't posted the fielder at the backward square region. One would have expected he would have been attacking the body of the batsman. But he keeps finding it wide outside the off stump, which it is a predictable shot. So certainly not smart bowling there by Dylan John.
Yes, especially given that the offside boundary fielder is forward of point. You could have understood if he was maybe at deep third. But he's at forward point. Is there a change in the field? No change. They remain at square leg and deep point, the 2 out. John to Auguste. Auguste is slashing that. That's gone high. That's gone 6. Over extra cover this time. That goes bouncing between the northern stand and the Cadet Pavilion. And Dylan John being put under the pump here. Another poor delivery. This time of a much fuller length. But the width was there. And Dominic Johnson, Auguste correction, loving that. Launching into it. And hitting it away high over the boundary for 6. Successive 6s to the left-hander. Takes him quickly to 18. It's 49 for 1.
Certainly not clever bowling there by Dylan John. Any top order batsman would always feast on that sort of bowling. And I think he's playing right into the hands of Dominic Auguste.
Auguste 18 from 8. Waits as Dylan John comes into him. Short uppercut 6 again. Oh, not good bowling from Dylan John. That one was even shorter. And oh my, Dominic Auguste loving that once again. Just helping that. Almost adding momentum to a delivery that was in flight. And flew it did all the way into the southern stand. 6-6-6 to complete the over. The third of the innings, the 50 coming up. 55 for 1. Dominic Auguste has rattled along to 24 from just 9 deliveries.
Well, certainly the Eagles, they are flying high, and credit has to be given. They are ably assisted by Dylan John with what I would describe as very poor bowling based on the field placing. And certainly Auguste is just camping on the back foot, and John is playing right into his hands. One would have thought that at least he would have tried a Yorker delivery with no sign of that. So really, very poor bowling indeed by Dylan John.
Yes, and Auguste cashing in has gone almost level with Charles. Auguste 21, Charles 21 from 8. New over as a new bowler comes in. Jaden Eli box, full delivery into the block hole. Charles having to dig it out. Charles 21 from 9, Auguste 24 from 9. A slash attempted by Charles, and finding maybe the left foot was too far towards the leg side. Eli box to Charles. Charles hits that down to the long on fielder. Clark is there, taking it on the bounce. As they take 1. So this is a very productive power play in the making. This is just the 4th over. We are midway through it. And Micoud Eagles, they have soared to 56 for 1. Left-handed Auguste coming to strike. Deep mid-wicket and long on, the 2 out. Eli box will bowl to the left-handed Auguste. Succession of 3 6s in the previous over of Dylan John. Eli box to Auguste. Auguste full toss, hits it towards the bowler who partially stops it. Can't stop the single though. One that takes Auguste to 25 and a total 57 for 1. The right-handed Samuel Charles comes in to strike. Eli box to Charles. Charles clips it away. It's on leg stump. McKenny Clark converging on it, but it's Adonis who picks it up. from the mid-wicket region, and they take one more. 58 for one delivery left in the fourth, correction. Ogis, the left-hander, in strike. Micoud Eagles going at 15.13. Adonis bows to Ogis. Ogis hits that high. Could that be a catch? The fielder coming from the boundary. Oh, misjudges it. McGarren Shulet. Oh, coming in. A bit of misunderstanding, maybe, with the man inside the circle. Shulet maybe moving off late. In the end, made a meal of it. I'm not even sure if he got a touch to it. As the fourth over is completed, the batsmen completing 2 that take Ogis to 25 and the total 60 for 1. In fact, Ogis going to 27.
Yes, good first over completed there by Jordan Lightbox. Really created an opportunity, but that gone a big end, and Magaran Shulet really is not having a good night. He struggled with the bats, struggled with the ball, and he is struggling in the field. So certainly in all 3 facets of the game, Magaran Shulet seems to be struggling.
Yes, and certainly not reflecting the big name on his shirt, Big Fish. The Big Fish.
Well, actually, he's paying tribute to his colleague who died in the accident in Kalisak, I think about 2 years ago. The name just eludes me, but he was the one who carried that name, Big Fish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so supporting our fallen colleague. So, over number 5. Bowling change. And who's that? Jersey number 11.
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Joseph. Shot smashed by Charles out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. So no respect being shown to new bowlers. Charles smashing them, whatever they present. First delivery from Aaron Joseph, smashed away to extra cover for 4. Charles going quickly to 27. Joining Ogis as the total goes to 64 for 1. This is just the 5th over. Reminding you that the target is 186, so they're 126 away from 16 overs. Well, 15.5. And they have reduced the requirement to under 8. Joseph moving into Charles. Charles whips that away. Catch possibility. Oh, put down. And it goes for 4. Oh, that was very Gordon Greenidge-like in the stroke. But not good work on the boundary as number 76, Sexius, putting that down. It came a comfortable height, about waist height, 200. And it just didn't stay. And to add insult to injury, it crossed the boundary for 4. Charles goes to 31, 68 for 1.
Yes, the Akil City Blasters really not helping the cause. They have been put under the pump, but opportunities have been created in between, and they are not holding on to those chances.
Charles will benefit from that. Joseph to him again. Gordon Greenidge again. Look alike, 4 runs. This time much more in control. Well away from the man, McKenny Clark, who had been posted there. And that has gone for 4. Very elegant in the way that he executes the stroke on the one leg, the left leg raised. Reminiscent of the great former West Indian opener, Gordon Greenidge. 35 years from just 15. It's 72 for 1. Joseph under the pump moves into Charles. Charles down the track, missing. Well, not cueing properly. Finds the keeper on the bounce. And a bit of respite as a dot ball is recorded in the books. 72 for 1. Still 2 deliveries left in the 5th over.
Yeah, well, Joseph is one of those bowlers who is more renowned for his swing. But I was kind of surprised that we saw him come in and dig those 2 short pitch deliveries. Although the first one almost produced a wicket.
Got a bit of a drizzle. It's not heavy, I think Charles looking towards the umpires for an interruption. We are not having any. As Joseph to Charles. Charles slashes that square, 4 runs. Goes through the point region. That went quickly. And we are going to have an interruption as the covers are coming on. And of course, more as a precautionary gesture because, as you know, you can't really see how much moisture is around with the darkness at this time. So we'll have an interruption as the covers are being brought on. So 76 for 1 with 4.5 overs bowled. So the Micoud Eagles with Samuel Charles going to 39 with that last boundary from 17. They're scoring at 15.72 and they are well on course, Greg Wilson, to get to this target of 186 as we have the rain.
Yes, certainly there's 2 batters out there, Charles and Ogis. They have been very aggressive and certainly taking advantage of the field restrictions. But Claudius, in part, the bowlers, they have really aided and abetted what has the carnage that has been going on out in the middle.
Yes, it's unfortunate to see the rain has come, and it gives us an opportunity to just recap for you what we have with the match summary. So City Blasters getting first knock after they were sent in by the Micoud Eagles. They got to 185 for 8 with Eli Box 34, Paul 33, Shulet also 33. 2 wickets for Shalry, 2 wickets for Prosper, and 1 for Chauvin Leo. And in reply of just 4.5 overs, Micoud Eagles, they have rattled along to 75 for 1. Charles is 39 from 17. Ogist is 27 from 11. And we have had 1 wicket for Dylan John. With rain around, we'll take a break and come back when we have a resumption. So we're back after the break to complete over number 5. 76 for 1. The total is, as the Micoud Eagles, they put up this very impressive reply to the 185 for 8 made by the City Blasters. So good work by the ground staff, Al Prince and company, with the young men doing excellent work, and they have gotten us ready to resume. So we're gonna have the resumption. Joseph bowling to Charles. Charles smashes that, and low take on the bounce by the man at extra cover to complete a very long 5th over indeed. Of course, starting before the rain and now being completed. So 76 for 1. So 1 delivery to complete the over, 1 after the rain delay of about 20 or so minutes. And so we continue with the game. The Micoud Eagles, they still need 110 from 15 overs at 7.33 as McKenny Clark will pick up his first ball. All surprising that Clark is only now coming into the attack, so not using the new ball.
I thought perhaps Clark was carrying an injury when I saw he was not using the new ball, Claudius, but I'm a bit surprised that he's coming, second change?
Yes, just a 1 over in the power play. So maybe preferring to use the older ball. There are some bowlers who don't always like the new ball. So McKenny Clark round the wicket to Auguste. Starts with a poor 1 down the leg side and called wide by umpire Amity. So poor start from McKenny Clark, who has quite a bit of experience at this level, representing the TKR, the St. Lucia Kings, taking part in the Breakout League. Short, and missing out there is Dominic Auguste with the uppercut outside the off stump. 77 for 1.
Yes, last delivery there generated a fair bit of pace, but certainly I think he's playing into the hands of Dominic Auguste with this sort of field placing that we're seeing. Again, shot outside the off stump, really giving him the leeway to free his arms.
Deep third and long leg, the 2 boundary riders. Clark round the wicket to Auguste. Auguste is tucked up, will get a single to mid wicket. The throw comes in to the non-striker's end, but there's backup on the offside. Just a single. 78 for 1. Auguste going to 28. Samuel Charles 39 from 18. So another case of the overseas player Greg Wilson contributing quite nicely. Clark will now bowl to Charles. Backs away. Plays and misses. And as that goes into the gloves of Natrum. Not a bad offer because there's nobody on the boundary on the offside. So I think Charles, what we saw there from him was a disappointment at missing out on what he thought should have been a boundary if he had laid bat on ball. Midway in the 6th over. Clark to Charles. Charles advancing and miscuing. Ball going to short third. Dylan John is there. Can't stop the single though. As Charles goes to 40 from 20. So scoring at 200. The total 79 for 1. Dominic Auguste coming into strike.
Yeah, decent over so far by McKenny Clark with all the carnage we saw earlier on. He is only considered, 3 from the 4 legal deliveries.
Clark round the wicket to Auguste. Short over the head of the keeper and will go into the boundary behind him for 4. So given the width and taking up the opportunity, the invitation of the thick outside edge. Really a top edge over the keeper and into the boundary for 4. Auguste going to 32 as it's 83 for 1.
Yes, a 48ers boundary, but it is kind of surprising, Claudius. The 4 fast bowlers we have seen so far, all of them has basically have the short ball ploy we have seen from them, and it really has not worked so far.
Clark will move in again to Auguste. Auguste whips that. Can the long leg come across Dylan John? Yes, he does. And limits them down to a single. So the end of the over, the end of the power play. 6 overs completed. Micoud Eagles 84 for 1 in search of 186.
Yes, certainly a good, productive power play. Despite losing the wicket of the very first delivery of the inning, the Akil City Blasters, at the end of 6, they were 52 for 2. And as we could see, the Eagles, they are 80. So certainly they are in the driver's seat, well ahead of where the Blasters was. So like they would say, Claudius, they are very much large and in charge.
Indeed. So excellent work between these two. Auguste 33 from 15 in the partnership, which is worth 84 from just 35 balls. So excellent repair job after the early loss of Mervyn Wells. And of course it couldn't be any earlier because he was dismissed of the very first ball of the innings. Eli Box been given a new spell, this time from the northern end to Auguste. Auguste drives, wants the single, has to go back. The throw from Shulet a little off target. So Eli Box, first over costing 5. Now being brought from the other end for his second over. 84 for 1. 7.37 is the rate they need to score at. 102 additional runs required by Micoud Eagles. Eli Box round the wicket to Auguste. Auguste chops it away. And quick call from Charles. Yeah. Good response from Auguste. Single completed. 85 for 1.
Yes, good aggressive running between the two. It's not just about the boundary hitting, but they are looking to take every available run as well. So good communication between these two.
Yes, communication so important between the batters, and these two have done quite well. The partnership is worth 85. They came together when there was no run on the board. Eli Box will bowl to Charles, round the wicket to the right-hander. Charles drives straight to Paul at extra cover. No run. Power play completed. Men on the boundary. Long off, long on. Deep square leg, deep extra cover. As played down to short third. Dylan John diving away, doing good work. And keeping the scoring down to 1. So 1 more to the total. 86 for 1. The left-handed Auguste comes in to strike. So deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. With the wet surface, rag being used by Eli Box. He comes into Auguste. Auguste clips it away. Long on comes off the boundary. Easy single. As they milk Eli Box in this over. 3 singles from the 5 balls of the over. 87 for 1. Eli Box to complete the over with this delivery. He'll bowl to Charles, who is 41 from 22. Eli Box to Charles. Charles drives, full delivery. Beats Eli Box, and so the single easily completed as McKenny Clark fields and will keep the ball because the over is completed and he will continue his spell from the other end. 7 overs completed. 88 for 1. Micoud Eagles in search of 186.
Yeah, we just saw the completion of a good tight over there by Jaden Eli Box. But the damage has been done in the power play. They could afford Claudius to just coast for a few more overs because they are with what, less than 100 left. So it's very easy pickings there for the Micoud Eagles. Jaden Eli Box continue to keep things tight. He has bowled his 2 overs and he has only considered 9 runs. But there's no need to target every bowler.
In fact, there's a bowling change. So McKenny Clark just a 1 over. And being taken off. Kyle Adonis being brought into the attack from the northern end. He's going to bowl over number 8. 98 required from 13 overs. Adonis short and missing a violent swing at it down the leg side. Stephen Natram also misses, but Dylan John mops up from short third. 2 taken by signal by umpire Amide. 90 for 1 as Charles was missing out down the leg side. He stays on 54. Adonis to him short and looking to pull. Maybe the bounce there. Been a little too much there for Charles in the stroke. Didn't get hold of it. We'll get the single. That takes him to 35 and the total 91 for 1. Stephen Natram making a few changes to the field. He needs to have 5 men out. Bit of confusion as to where fielders should be. So long off, long on, deep extra cover, deep point, deep mid wicket. Four in the circle. 3 on the off, 1 on the on. Adonis bowling to the left-handed Auguste. Who's on 35. Short cut away to the deep point fielder. Catch taken, yes. Good diving catch by the tall figure of Kensley Paul, coming forward and taking it nicely. So finally the second wicket partnership broken. Auguste with a short delivery, hitting it straight down to the deep point sweeper. And Kensley Paul coming forward, taking it two-handed, diving forward. So Auguste goes, caught Paul, bowler Adonis for 35 midway in the 8th over. Micoud Eagles, they are 91 for 2.
Yes, a great effort there by Kingsley Paul, and it looked like he may have sustained a bit of an injury. He is going out to be checked, but a brilliant catch taken. Well, good effort there to see the back of Dominic Auguste. But again, Claudius, that was the third short delivery outside the off-stump. So the bowler Adonis could consider himself lucky that that ball was struck right in the direction of Kingsley Paul. But nevertheless, usually the bad balls do result in the fall of a wicket.
Indeed. Rohan Lesmo is the new batter, coming in at number 4. And interesting, Lesmo usually spots the number 543, but this year he has taken away the 5 digit. The first digit is just 43 on his back. So I'm told 543 is his fire service number officer number 543. In previous years, this year he's number 43. Coming in at number 4. What can he do for the Micoud Eagles? They need to be striking at 7.6. Still 95 needed from 12.3 overs. Adonis moving in to Lesmore. Lesmore doesn't really play. Looking to unwind, but then decided not to play. The big man, he can hit a long ball. Question is, can he get off tonight? Adonis moving in to Lesmore. Short, going at it, and seems that has hit him high up in the jaw area, perhaps the chin, and think that is okay. Didn't come out with the helmet. Of course, the batters tend not to use the helmet against the spinner. He's a big, tough man. I think he'll be okay. With all this fire service training, I think the real soldier, a tough nut, and decides to continue. Adonis moving in. Lesmore turns that, turning himself completely around. Will get off the markers. The fielder comes off the mid-wicket boundary. Lesmore calling for a drink. And as the over is completed, so it completed 92 for 2, with the Micoud Eagles needing 94 from 12 overs.
Yes, a good over there by Kyle Adonis, only conceding 4 runs, but most importantly, saw the dismissal of Dominic Ogis, and certainly that would help to slow down the rate momentarily. But I think what they need to do now, Claudius, they definitely need to see the back of Charles. I think if they could see the back of Charles, they probably could put a bit of pressure on the Micoud Eagles. But once Charles remain out in the middle, I think it's going to be easy pickings for the Micoud Eagles.
Yes, Charles has made his contribution. He has made his impact. 45 from 25. 92 for 2 it is. And Lesmore will be in strike. Will be in strike to Eli Box, who will come up for his 3rd over. His 2 overs costing 9. And he will bowl the 9th. To Lesmore outside the off stump, and a typical drive from the big man, but it's too wide of off stump for him to connect. Eli Box round the wicket to Lesmore. Lesmore hoiks that out towards square leg. The fielder is posted. Oh, beats him. Oh, Sexius again with another poor piece of work. Didn't cater for the bounce there. He might argue that he didn't get a good bounce. A ball spitting away to his left, to his right, correction. And into the boundary for 4. Lesmore going to 5, 96 for 2. And, well, there's nowhere to hide when it's not going your way. 2 blunders from Sexius. Eli Box to Lesmore. Lesmore looking to hoik that somewhere over mid-wicket. Not making contact, struck on the pad.
Yes, Eli Box perhaps getting away with this last delivery. It was certainly right in the slot. But fortunate enough, it just cannon into the pads of Ron Lesmore.
Eli Box to Lesmore. Very wide. Wide call by Augustine, the umpire. Lesmore not going after it. 1 to the total, 97 for 2. Eli Box to Lesmore. Lesmore slower delivery, slashing it to the deep point fielder, who gets the return in. Lesmore picking up the single to go to 6. 98 for 2. 2 deliveries left in the 9th. Samuel Charles, the overseas player, a boundary away from a 50. Eli Box moves into him. Charles is slapping that along the ground. A long run for the long off fielder. McKenny Clark is to it. And keeping it down to the single. 99 now for 2. Charles going to 46. Eli Box having to wipe the ball that picks up moisture as it goes out towards the boundary with the recent rain we had. Eli Box to top edge. Micoud will fall safely to the offside. Full delivery. Lesmore looking to go to his favorite area. Cow corner mid-wicket. Not making proper contact but getting the single at the end of the 9th. It's 99, correction, 100. 100 coming up with the single. 100 for 2 with Lesmore on 7 and Charles on 46. 86 required at 7.82.
Yes, the last delivery there from Jaden Eli Box really looking to beat Rohan. Tossed very slow outside the off stump, encouraging for that big lofted drive, but certainly crossed. He had to drag it from too far outside the off stump, but fortunate enough for him, it peeled off the outer portion of the bat and did not go to hand. But the Eagles certainly are in a very commanding position with just 86 runs left on all of 11 overs.
7.82 the required rate. Adonis will start the 10th over. He'll move into Lesmore. Lesmore gets a good delivery and pushes it down to long off. Eli Box is there, so the single taken. 101 for 2. At the start of the innings, the required rate was 9.3. So despite the loss of Mervyn Wells' first delivery of the innings, they've done quite well. Adonis will bowl to Charles, who backs away and bowled! Oh, an important dismissal. Adonis was on song. The aggressive Charles backing away to make room, but Adonis was equal to it, full and straight and crashing into the off stump. A very important wicket in the context of the game, because Charles had done well up to this point, but he goes bowled by Adonis for 46, and in the 10th over, the Micoud Eagles 101 for 3.
Yes, Charles just backing away, perhaps looking to access the offside, and with the moisture that we had there, that one just skidded through and hitting the off stump, and you could see the acceleration among the players. They probably think now the in-whip was serious chance of pulling things back, that they really needed to see the back of Charles, and that they have done. Rohan Lesmore have only faced some 9 deliveries, so you could still say 2 relatively new batters at the crease at this point.
Indeed, Keegan Arnold, the new batter, and a very timely dismissal here for the City Blasters, because you got the impression that had he stayed there for a few more overs, Samuel Charles would have put the Micoud Eagles in a very good position. But with his dismissal, the door has been opened, and can City Blasters really capitalize on this opening? Arnold, the right-hander, will face up to Adonis. So Keegan Arnold, he bowls left but bats right. He's come to the middle. He's gonna face up to Adonis, who's in his 2nd over. Has already picked up 2 wickets. 2 for 5. Comes into Arnold, short, cut away, slapped away to Gabriel, who comes off the deep point boundary. Arnold gets off the mark with the single. 102 for 3. 84 needed at exactly 8. Burly figure of Lesmore in strike. Adonis with an angular approach to Lesmore. Short, Lesmore looking to slap at it, but the bounce is not really favorable to him. Kept a little low despite its shorter length. So Lesmore not able to reach it with the slap. Dot ball recorded. Adonis skipping things very tight. Moves into Lesmore. Short. Lesmore doesn't get hold of it. Oh, Keegan Arnold is halfway down, but he's able to come back. Luckily for him, his body taking the return as it crashed into his pads. So maybe a little painful, but I don't think he would mind because he realized that it was not going to the stumps to endanger his stay at the crease. No run. Another dot ball. 2 runs and a wicket from the 5 balls of the over. Good work from Kyle Adonis. Tightening the screws on the Micoud Eagles. 1 delivery left in the 10th. As he comes into Lesmore. Lesmore is driving along the ground. Appropriately. Smartly. Just a single. Not looking to go airily. And playing it well to complete the 10th. So we have come to the halfway mark of the innings. It's 103 for 3. And I suspect with the rain delay, we're not going to have a drinks break at the 10 over mark, and we're going to continue.
Yes, the Akil City Blasters, they were 83, Claudius, for 3. So they've lost the same amount of wickets, but the Micoud Eagles, they are 20 runs better than the City Blasters.
Yes, and in the better position of the two teams. Of course, that can change. And the question is, can they really capitalize on the ascendancy which they now have? And can they cross the line safely? The target is 186. So 83 runs away. 8.3 the required rate. As Shulet comes back, his first over costing 21, so he needs to do a lot better as he returns. 103 for 3. He'll bowl to Lesmore. Shulet to Lesmore. Lesmore drives, doesn't get hold of it, but will get the single as Shulet loses his footing in trying to cut that off in the follow through. 1 more to Lesmore. He goes to double figures. 104 for 3. Arnold comes in to strike. So he's going to face up to Shulet, who has long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and deep extra cover. Shulet to Arnold. Arnold drives. Good tumbling save on the offside. Fielder parrying the ball away to Sexius. And 1 run taken by Arnold, going to 2. 105 for 3. Shulet to Lesmore. Lesmore drives. Oh, that comes off the foot of Shulet, who doesn't even flinch as the ricochet picked up by Sexius. That's at mid-off. No run.
That's the soldier in him.
Absolutely. Powerfully struck. And Shulet, well, he didn't even bat an eye. Continuing. Comes in to Lesmore. Lesmore hits that high. Possibility of a catch to the long off fielder who's coming forward. Takes it. Oh, brilliant catch. Oh, my word. That looks like Kensley Paul again. Oh, my. How can you take 2 of such catches on one evening? A brilliant effort by the tall figure of Kensley Paul. He had to run about some 25 yards from the long off boundary. Had to dive forward. And somehow the ball stuck in the right hand to complete the most brilliant effort, accounting for the end of Rowan Lesmore. Caught by Kensley Paul, another big effort. And he's gone for a small total as the 4th wicket falls. 105 for 4. Brilliant work for the second time in the night, Greg Wilson,
Yes.
by Kingsley Paul.
Yes, Claudius, I'm still almost in a state of disbelief because he really had to cover some serious ground. And my fear was, had he gotten the ball, the impact when he hit the ground, chances that he would have popped out of it. But he had the presence of mind, you know, to really hold on to that catch. So really good effort. And this is the sort of effort that is required from the City Blasters if they are to pull the way back into this game.
Catch of the tournament, absolutely so far, and so much credit to him. The previous catch had caused some injury to the right hand. In fact, the hand is strapped, but that didn't deter him at all. Short delivery, first up for the new batter,
Kyron
Phillip was come in as Shulet. Could that be a turning point for him to bring that things back in his favor? Coming in to Phillip. Phillip is punching that into the offside, straight to the fielder, and so they are happy with the single. 105 for 4. So a bit of a challenge now for Micoud as the over comes to an end. The successful one for Shulet, the dismissal of Rohan Lesmo. So 11 completed, 107. I make it for 4.
Yes, Claudius, the match is getting very interesting. You have two relatively new batters at the crease. One having faced one delivery and the other two. So just looking at the worms now, they are almost merging at the 11th over. So certainly the City Blasters are crawling their way back into this game. So they need a few tight overs. Clearly Adonis has been keeping things tight at the southern end, and we saw with the reintroduction of Magaran Shulet, he has picked up a wicket. So I think that should do his confidence a world of good, considering the fact that the first over had gone for some 21 runs.
Indeed, just the 3 coming off his second. So 1 for 24 overall. Adonis has been brilliant, both in terms of economy and penetration. We'll start another over. Full toss, hit high in the air. Possibility of a catch. The long on-fielder. Oh, takes it. Eli Box accepting the catch. And, well, Kyron Phillip didn't really cover himself with glory here. It was a full toss, looking to hoik that out of the park, miscuing and presenting a catch to Eli Box, who came forward and accepted it gleefully. So fall of wicket number 5. Kyron Phillip goes, caught Eli Box. Bowler Adonis was picked up his 3rd wicket. 3 for 7 in his 3rd over.
Yes, it looked like the Micoud Eagles, they are self-imploding, Claudius, from such a comfortable position earlier on. And like Kip Shalway would always say, you add 2 wickets to the score and it's a different complexion, and certainly they would need the experience of Merlin Sami. I think this perhaps is one of the last hopes to really pull off a victory this evening.
9.06 the requirement. The muscular figure of Merlin Sami comes out. But the question is, can he contain his natural aggressive instinct and guide his team in combination, in partnership with Keegan Arnold to the target? Still a sizable 80 runs away. A true test to the cricketing nous of Merlin Sami. We'll have to wait and see how he responds. But Adonis, in his 3rd over, has snapped up 3 and has conceded just 7. So proving to be quite impactful with the ball. And how quickly this game can change.
Change of ball.
So I think we've got a change of ball. Maybe the previous one soaked with
no, from
so
what
much
I'm saying,
moisture.
apparently with the stitches, it looked like there was an issue. I saw he indicated to that I see he's still indicating that it probably was going apart. So there was an issue with the stitches, it looked like.
So going back to the dressing room to get maybe the scissors. Usually the umpires have the scissors out there, but maybe umpire Leo not having it. You're ready to resume. Adonis to ball to Sammy, his first delivery. Short, whipped away, out towards the boundary. Can the fielder come across? No, he can't. And it goes for 4. So Sammy quickly off the mark with the boundary. A poor delivery. Perhaps the first real bad delivery from Adonis. Capitalized upon by Merlan Sammy. As the total goes to 110. Sammy off the mark with the boundary.
Yes, certainly the sort of delivery that you would want to receive as a new batter, angling down the leg side. He just had to help it pass the short backward square fielder and got himself 4 runs.
So short backward square man at 45, deep square leg, mid wicket on the boundary, long off, long on, deep extra cover. Adonis will move in again to Merlan Sammy. Full toss. Sammy tugs it out towards McKenny Clark, who comes off the long on boundary for the single. 111 now for 5. Sammy goes to 5. Arnold 2 from 2 will come into strike. So Adonis with a wicket of the first ball of the over, but 4 and then 1, his most expensive over. As he'll come into Arnold. Arnold drives to full delivery, straight to the fielder at extra cover. No run. Dot ball. And the City Blasters would know the value of those dot balls because each dot ball pushes up the required rate. It's currently at exactly 9. So they would want to continue to apply the pressure. Adonis to Arnold, short. Arnold pulls it away, finds the gap on the onside. Will go into the boundary for 4. Good work from Arnold, finding a very narrow gap between the backward square leg and the man at 45. And away to the boundary for 4. So all of a sudden, the tight bowling from Adonis falling apart somewhat, conceding 2 boundaries already in this over as Micoud push on to 115 for 5. Arnold going to 6 with the boundary. Change in the field as the man on the boundary comes away to his right towards more on the line with the square leg. So the man inside the circle is forward of square. So a bit of protection on the boundary. Adonis moves into Arnold. Arnold back, turns it from about middle stump. Will get the single to the fielder just mentioned in the circle. So 1 to Arnold to complete the over, the 12th of the innings. And a productive over from Adonis. 10 being conceded. 116 for 5, 17 needed from 8 overs.
Yes, haven't gotten the wicket in the very first delivery in this over, Claudius. Adonis really needed to have looked to apply a bit of pressure, but really allow the Micoud Eagles to have gotten some 10 runs, and with 2 loose deliveries basically angling down the leg side. But they are not out of it completely yet. 5 wickets down, and if they could pick up perhaps 2 quick wickets, especially those 2 at the crease, certainly they would put the cats among the pigeons.
Over number 13 about to start. And I think that's McKenny Clark being called back. Saw him with just the 1 over at the southern end. Now pulled away to the north for his second, the 13th of the innings. Short cut away and over the head of a jumping Dylan John at short third, and into the boundary behind him for 4. So boundary to Keegan Arnold, taking him to 11. 120 for 5.
Yes, half chance there, but the ball traveled very quickly. Although it was to the left, the strong arm of Dylan John, but certainly this one traveled like a trace bullet and really did not have a chance of pulling this out. But Mechanic Clark, with all his experience, I think the City Blasters really need him now.
Dylan John posted now on the boundary. Clark to Arnold, down the leg side, wide call. As Arnold looking to get inside of it and work it away. Getting too far inside. But the ball was wide of the leg stump, so wide call by umpire Ali Agustin. Total inching up with the extra to 121. 65 needed at 8.3. Mechanic Clark needing to bring all his experience to bear. Moves into Arnold. Arnold is inside of his stumps looking to work it, and the umpire says it's going down. Mechanic Clark is not agreeing with that adjudication, but of course has to accept it as they go through for the single. Leg by call. I think that was a close one, Greg Wilson. Yes. I think he was right inside of his stumps, and Mechanic Clark feeling aggrieved there that didn't go his way.
Yes, certainly could have gone either way, Claudius. Keegan Arnold, as you did indicate, went inside looking to turn this one.
122 for 5. 64 needed. Sammy in strike. Clark comes in. Sammy turns it away in the end to the backward square leg fielder. But I tell you what, there was a big backlift on that. Sammy looking to go big over mid-wicket. In the end, credit to him, he adjusted well and sort of played with a greater degree of care, getting the single. Bringing Arnold back in strike. 123 for 5. 63 needed. As Clark looking to attack the stumps all the time. Moving into Arnold. Arnold shot, hit. Could be a cotton ball chance for Clark. Completes it. So the shortened length proving too much for Arnold. Looking to pull and taking high up on the bat. And presenting a comfortable cotton ball chance to Mechanic Clark, which he gleefully accepted to account for the loss of Arnold. The extra pace and bounce of Clark there proving his undoing. 6 wicket going down for Micoud Eagles. It's 123.
Yes, I think for the first time this evening, the short ball has paid dividends. We've seen it attempted by all the fast bowlers and to no avail, but on this occasion this one was quicker and more so it was out. Arnold looking to pull this one from outside the off stump, and it really got big on him and presenting a relatively easy catch to Mechanic Clark. So 123 for 6, Claudius. I think it is getting very interesting. I think we would have thought it would have been just one-way traffic, but certainly the City Blasters are making a fight of it, and as much as they need to pick up wickets, Claudius, but they should also take into consideration if they could get 2 or 3 tight overs in, they probably could set a bit of panic in the camp.
63 needed from 44 balls. That's the equation. The new batter, Hazel Shalry, outside the off stump. And sort of a late decision, maybe looking to dab it away to third. Missing. And into the gloves of Natrum. So 1 delivery left in the 13th. So 7 overs after this one. 63 needed. 7.1. So that's 43 balls. 63 from 43. Clark. Moving in. To bowl to Shalry. Shalry gets one that's full. Into the block hole, digs it out, and so Mechanic Clark completes a decent over with the wicket of Arnold. So the 13th over of the innings completed. 123 for 6. 63 needed from 42.
So Claudius, a quick comparison there. After 14, the Akil City Blasters, they were 111, but they had only lost some 4 wickets. So as you could see, there's not that much big daylight between the two homes. So the City Blasters, they just need to keep things tight. As much as I said, they need to pick up wickets, but 2 tight overs, they perhaps less than 6 and over, really going to drive up the asking rates.
Indeed. Adonis to come in for his final over. The 14th of the innings. So we've got an interesting game on our hands. 63 from 42. Can go either way. Adonis to Sammy. Full delivery. Hit out towards the onside backward square leg. Over the boundary. 6. A poor delivery from Adonis. And hoiked away by Merlin Sammy. All the way over backward square leg for 6. 129 for 6. A poor start to the over. Yes. And Adonis, all of a sudden, his last over on this one has been a little ragged and paying the price, moving away from the tightness we saw from him in the first 2 overs.
Yes, Adonis not the best of start. When you consider 6 runs off the very first delivery, it always has the potential of turning out to be a huge over. So he really will have to put things back if, you know, the Eagles will not capitalize on the sort of start they have had to this over.
57 from 41, the equation. Adonis to Sammy. Full toss. Sammy smashes it. Down to long on. Clark is there. Just a single. As Sammy goes to 1,334 6. 56 from 40. Shalri in strike. To the off spin of Adonis. 3 for 24 his figures. As Adonis will move in to Shalri. Shalri gets one down the leg side, wide call. So additional run to the total, 131 for 6. Adonis to Shalri. Shalri back, looking to chop it away, missing into the gloves of the keeper. 55 from 39. Can have a good game on our hands. Adonis to Shalri. Shalri lofts that out towards the long off fielder, but good presence of mind from Eli Box to release it as he went over the boundary. So keeping the ball in play. So just a single to Shalri, who gets off the mark. 132 for 6. 54 from 38. Adonis to Sammy. Sammy is defending. We'll get the quick single. So he just pushes into the offside and quickly off the blocks to take the single. One more to the total. 133 for 6. 53 from 37.
Yes, certainly Adonis will need to end this over well. After considering 6 years done well in the last 4 deliveries, sorry.
Adonis to Shalri. Shalri plays it late, but just for the single to backward point to complete the over. The 14th of the innings. 134 for 6 Micoud Eagles. The requirement now 52 from 36. Where's your money, Greg Wilson?
Like Reds would say, I don't know where I could bet that dollar, Claudius, because it really can go either way. I think one good over could really swing the pendulum clearly in the favor of the Micoud Eagles, but a wicket or two tight overs, certainly the Castries at City Blasters could really tighten their screws. The likes of Jaden in Libox still has one over remaining, and we know Jaden has the capability of really coming in and fire those deliveries at the stump.
52 from 36. I think on the basis of that, you would have to say the City Blasters are in the ascendancy. But of course, it can all change in a big over.
Looks like Aaron Joseph.
Joseph being brought back, the left-hander, will bowl to Shalry. Shalry is getting a short delivery and chooses to play that defensively, dropping it in front of him. And should he have maybe attacked that short one, Greg Wilson?
Certainly, there was room on offer. A slash over the backward point region, that would have gone to the vacant boundary.
But he chose a very conservative approach. Joseph in a little drizzle to Shalry. Shalry hits that over the keeper, will go behind him for 4. A vital boundary. A swing at a short delivery. And coming off the top edge and going to the boundary for 4. 138 for 6. Shalry going to 6 and reducing the required runs to 48 from 34 balls.
But just looking at the line of attack, Claudius, if he's going to be banging this ball in short, there's always a possibility that that ball is going to come off the top edge and will fly down to the Footman region.
Footman region vacant. The man is inside the circle. Short across him and a play and a miss. Merlan Sami almost asking for the wide at the non-striker's end, but not getting it. Now the third man is put on the boundary.
But even the fielder at the backward square, to me, is really of no use in that direction if he's going to be banging the ball short outside the off stump.
Long on, deep mid-wicket, backward square leg, deep third, deep extra cover. The boundary riders. Joseph to hit Shalry hoiking that or attempting to do so. Not making contact. It's full. It's outside the off stump. It's a dot ball. And it's in favor of the City Blasters. 48 still required.
31?
32. Have to 32 I make it. Joseph to Shalry, inside edge, will get the single. Into the offside it goes. The drizzle getting a little heavier, still very light, but we'll continue. 139 for 6. 47 required from 31 balls. Joseph wanting a field change. Think he wants the long off, but skipper Natram is saying no, we'll keep the man within the circle. Final delivery of the over. Joseph to Sami. Sami smashes that out to the sweeper, coming forward. Oh, decides to take it on the half volley. No splendid catch on the boundary on this occasion. One taken. Sami going to 15 at the end of the over. 140 for 6. 46 required from 30 deliveries.
Yes, end of a good over there by Aaron Jones, only conceding 6 runs. So once he could go below the 9 required, it is a good enough over. Some 46 from 30. It still can go either way, Claudius, but as you did say, if the Akil City Blasters could play smart cricket from here onwards, they should be able to pull off a victory.
46 from 30. Yes, that's more than a runner ball. That's 9.2. So it's virtually where it was when the inning started. It was 9.3 at the start. It's now 9.2. Clark with a third spell. Now swung to the southern end. 2 overs, one from the south, one from the north. Now he's getting ready for his third. 16th of the innings. He's going to bowl to Sammy. 46 needed from 30. Poor delivery down the leg side. Full toss. Sammy missed out. And wide call. But that was a juicy delivery, a high full toss. And we saw Sammy hit one in that general region earlier, but missing out on this occasion. His team gets one with the wide. 141 for 6. 45 now needed from 30. As Clark comes to the top of his mark. He'll run into bowl to Sammy. Sammy gets one that is full, struck on the pad, but well outside leg stump, so no appeal. Maybe an inside edge as well. We'll have to wait and see. No signal from the umpire, so bat onto that. A run to Sammy. 16 he is, 142 for 644 required from 29.
Kenny Clark should realize by now, Claudius, he's a bit more effective when he brings the ball more of a full length. Yes, he did get the wicket with the short deliveries, but it really has not worked this evening.
Shallery in strike to Clark. Full delivery, Yorker length, the dugout. Quickly in for the single. So good response between the two. Calling and communicating well for the single. One taken. 143 for 6. 43 needed from 28.
So all what's required there now is sensible depth bowling. Because we saw the last 2 deliveries where it was brought way up and it only resulted in 2 singles.
Can Clark keep his nerve with sensible depth bowling? He comes into Sammy. Pace off. And Sammy not getting the momentum that he needed. Missing with a swing across the line. Dot ball. Well bowled Clark. Equal to the task of keeping the ball away from the swing of the aggressive batter looking to bring his team home. 43 needed from 27. Clark midway in his third over. The 17th of the innings. Comes into Sammy, short. Sammy pulls. Mid-wicket fielder comes off the boundary, just a single. Good for City Blasters. Kenny Clark keeping his nerve. 144 for 6. Shallery comes in to strike. 42 needed from 27. Actually 42 needed from 26. Sammy wants a bat change. And umpire Amide just confirming that it's 4 deliveries bowled, so 26 left. Full toss hit high, possibility of a catch, but I think it's gonna fall safely as Paul comes off the boundary this time to complete the fielding. 1 taken as Shallery was miscuing. He goes with the single to 9. 145 for 6. 41 needed from 25. Sammy needing a boundary because it is going in favor of City Blasters with a decent over from Clark. Coming to its end now. He comes into Sammy. Short down the leg side. Sammy missing with a swing at it. His team gets the wide, but they need more than the wide. 146 for 6. 40 needed from 25.
The second time in the over that the ball is angling down the leg side and Sammy has failed to put bat to ball. So Clark really needs to close this over out, at least with minimum a single. Really do not want to consider boundary at this stage of the over.
Sammy no doubt looking for a boundary. Clark to him. Full toss, smash down the ground. The long off fielder will cut it off. Football attempt by Clark was not successful, but I think he's happy to see that he had cover in a lie box. Kept it down to 1. So a decent over from Clark. 7, including 2 wide, so not bad. End of the 17th. The third from McKenny Clark. 1 for 21, his figures. 147 for 6. 39 required from 24.
So as you could see, Claudius, the required run rate is more than the current run rate. So certainly the Akil City Blasters, they have put themselves in pole position at this point. It's just a question of playing smart cricket. Every bowler has to tell himself that he needs to go for less than 9 runs and over. And if they're able to do that, then they will see their way home safely.
Yes, and credit to the City Blasters, because since the power play, since the 4th over, we have had no real big overs. And I think that has really proved to be what has created the situation now where they have to go at more than run a ball, almost 10. Sammy smashes one out towards long on. The fielder comes off to his right. And single taken. So that what has happened, Greg Wilson, as the 150 comes up, is that we have had a number of singles being scored. The boundaries have really not come in recent overs. And as a result, it's becoming a lot more difficult for the City Blasters. But here's the maximum, that's 6. Oh, that is so timely, as Hazel Shallery has gotten one that he has deposited on the roof of the stand at mid-wicket. And a very timely blow indeed. That went sailing across the night sky as Shallery goes to 15, and the total 154 for 6. 32 required now from 22. A lie box to Shallery. Shallery is getting one that is wide of off stump, but he had moved towards the off stump as the ball was bowled, so umpire Ali Augustine is saying no wide. 32 needed from 21. Shallery tugs that out towards the sweeper at mid-wicket. They'll settle for the single. As Sammy comes in to strike. So 155 for 6, 31 needed from 20 balls. Sammy coming in to strike, needing boundaries. Kenny lie box bowl tight as he comes into Sammy. Sammy hits that out towards the man at long, deep extra cover over his head. 6. Oh, he got a hand to it, went one-handed, and the ball has gone for 6. And that looks like Sexius again, number 76. Oh, that could prove costly. Sexius has not had a good game in the field. A strike by Sammy, clearing his head. Maybe got the tip of the fingers to it. And if anything, helping it over the boundary for 6. 161 for 6. 25 needed from 19. Oh, the flurry that Micoud needed has come in this over. We have had 2 maximums already. A lie box to Sammy. Sammy is gone big, but it's along the ground. They will maybe push for the second. Long on is onto it. They stay at 1. To complete a productive over.
Some 15 runs coming off the over.
162 for 6. That reduces the requirement to much more manageable for the Micoud Eagles. 24 from 18.
Yeah, certainly they needed some impetus in there, and Hazel Shallery and Malan Sami, has provided it in this last over, certainly closing the gap. We saw the worm actually coming together after 16, and then it has taken an upward movement again. So I think the pendulum certainly has swung back in the favor of the Micoud Eagles.
Indeed, at this stage, with the red worm just hanging its head above the blue one, you'd have to say Micoud Eagles, they have the advantage. But 18 deliveries left.
Move from 20 people to 1.
24 needed. So this is going to be a close finish. And the question is, who can keep their nerve? Who can bowl in good areas? Who can hit with good composure? Who can field properly? Who can judge catches out in the outfield? Shulet comes back, bowls to Sammy. Sammy smashes that. That's in the air. Possibility of a catch on the edge of the circle. Collision between the two fielders, but finally taken. And Sexius can get some reprieve as he takes the catch to account for Sammy. And an important catch in the circumstances, as Sammy looking to go big, miscuing. And the ball spooning up and being caught on the edge of the circle by Sexius, who contributes in a significant way to account for the loss of Merlin Sammy, who goes, caught Sexius, bowls Shulet for 26.
Aline Prosper.
162 for 7. As Aline Prosper comes in, 24 needed from 17.
Yes, another timely breakthrough there, orchestrated by Magaran Shulet. Certainly needed to see the back of Hazel Shalry or Mulan Sami, because we have seen that they're both capable of hitting a long ball. But with Alan Prosper, with all his experience, we know that he too can clear the boundaries if given a chance.
24 needed. Shulet to Prosper. Prosper drives along the ground to the edge of the circle. Single taken. So Prosper off the mark. 163 now for 7. 23 required from 16 balls. Hazel Shalry, 16 from 15 in strike. Shulet moving into Shalry. Shalry short, swing a miss. Outside the off stump, dot ball. As it goes into the gloves of Stephen Natrum. Still 23 needed. Now from 15 deliveries. Shulet again to Shalry. Shalry hits that over the infield, out towards the boundary. One bounce, two bounces into the boundary. An important boundary as Hazel Shalry driving away, clearing the inner ring and beating the two sweepers that converged on it. An important boundary taking him to 20, 167 for 7. 19 required from 14 deliveries. We've got a game on.
Yes, certainly a good timely blow struck there by Hazel Shalry.
Shulet, can he keep his nerve? Moves in to Shalry. Shalry short, wide, playing at it, missing. No wide call from umpire. Amide, a little harsh in my view, but that's the call. No wide, so it stays 19 from 13. One delivery left in the 18th. Shulet, can he keep his nerve? Bowls to Shalry. Shalry hits that out towards long off. McKenny Clark, puts it down. He got two hands to it, but just didn't hold on. And the single taken. End of the 18th. Good work from McKenny Clark. Left the boundary, was swift in getting to it. Two-handed, but just not able to hold on. much to the disappointment of Shulet, as the 18th over is completed. 18 required now from 12. And we've got a game on our hands, folks.
Yes, the 18th over was a good over there by Margaret Shulet, picking up a wicket and only conceding 6 runs, Claudius, and had the chance of picking up 2. But such is the game. Job catches are part of cricket. But with 18, 9 runs basically and over. So this over from McKenny Clark, I think it's can decide which direction the game.
McKenny Clark with the 19th to Shallery. Shallery gets a good delivery, a dot ball. Plays back to Clark. So each dot ball adds to the pressure. 18 from 11. McKenny Clark has to bring all his experience to bear. Can he keep his nerve? Can Shallery or Prosper smash boundaries? Clark to a good delivery, full at the off stump, just eluding it. Importantly, it's a dot ball. Pressure building on Hazel Shallery. 18 required. 10 deliveries left in the game. Good start to the over, 2 dot balls from the experience of McKenny Clark.
Yes, McKenny Clark certainly bringing all his experience to bear. But he's up against 2 experienced batters as well.
Clark to Shallery. Shallery smashes it out towards long on the bounce. Just a single. Fielder coming in, keeping his nerve. Vanillas Gabriel keeping it down to 1, keeping his nerve. Prosper comes in to strike. 17 needed. 9 deliveries left in the innings. Can the experience of Prosper hit a boundary just to add a little more pressure to McKenny Clark and company? Or will it be a dot ball? Clark moving in. Prosper full toss, hits that. Will fall safely, I think, yes. It's short third. It's a full toss. Possible call of no ball from the crowd. Mr. Augustine is having none of it. He says it's a legitimate delivery. 1 taken. 170 for 7. 16 required from 8. Boundaries needed from Hazel Shallery and Prosper. So 16 from 8. Long off. Mid-wicket. Deep square leg. Deep third. Deep extra cover. Clark, 2 deliveries left in the over. Moves into Shallery. Shallery, a play and a miss outside the off stump. It's full, it's wide. But it's not a wide. It's a dot ball. Clark doing his business well. Happy with the dot ball. Pressure building on the Micoud Eagles. 16 needed from 7. It's getting a little dire here for the Eagles. They need a big flight. Can they make the ball fly towards the boundary? McKenny Clark to Shallery. Shallery, play and a miss. It's outside the off stump. It's another dot ball. Pressure building on the Micoud Eagles. Excellent work from young McKenny Clark. Bowling and over, the penultimate one of the innings, with just the 2 being conceded. 4 dot balls included. Excellent work indeed. And as a result, he has left all of 16 for the person, whoever is going to be, who will bowl the last over. 16 needed from 6.
It's going to be interested to the big fish. So Magaran Shulet is interested with the final over. And certainly with 16 runs required, he would have bowled to Alan Prosper many a times in the net. So these two would be very familiar with each other, Claudius.
Well, it's the battle of the police officers. Shulet to Prosper. Shot smashed out towards the offside. It will fall safely and they'll come back for 2 as Eli Box picks it up from long off. 2 taken. 14 needed from 5.
5 balls to go.
One police officer to another. The tall figure of the big fish, Magaran Shulet. He's going to bowl to the stockily built figure of Aline Prosper. Prosper hits that inside edge, out towards square leg. Fielder comes off the boundary. 1. Throw coming in from Sexius. 173 for 7. 13 runs. 4 balls to go. This time it's Hazel Shalry who needs to hit a boundary this ball. Shulet moves into Shalry. Shalry smashes it but doesn't get hold of it. It'll just be a single. Long on in McKenny Clark. Happy to come comfortably forward to do the fielding. 12 runs from 3 balls. Boundaries needed. Mr. Aline Prosper in strike. You need to have it against your fellow police officer. Shulet to him. A play and a miss outside the half stump. Loud cheers from the crowd. 12 needed from 2 balls.
Well,
Easy
maximums.
equation.
2 maximums.
2 maximums needed. Magaran Shulet so far has done excellently to be able to get himself into here. It bowls to him.
Oh,
A play and a miss outside the half stump. And I think that's the game with 1 ball left. Still 12 needed. And Magaran Shulet has kept his nerve. And as long as he can keep his foot behind the line, he would have brought the City Blasters home. Shalry and Prosper not able to find boundaries in this over. 12 needed. Shulet to him. Good delivery, Yorker. Dot ball. Excellent work from Magaran Shulet. And the weight of the effort has him lying flat on his back on the floor. But I tell you what, he has completed the assignment of holding his nerve and keeping the Micoud Eagles away from the target of 186. So victory for the City Blasters by 11 runs, with Magaran Shulet just conceding 5 of the 16 needed from the final over and doing excellent work indeed. So a very good game, Greg Wilson. Your thoughts as we wrap up here? Very good game as we get your thoughts on what was a really good contest between the two teams.
Well, certainly the most exciting game we've had so far in the tournament, although it has just started. But it all started with the City Blasters losing the captain, Stephen Nisham, very early, and then we had good contributions from the likes of Eli Box, from Kingsley Paul, and Magaran Shulet. And with the ball, we saw the likes of Leo, who was very miserly, bowled his 4 overs for just 23 runs. And in fact, it was his last over that was the most expensive. He went for 8. Aline Prosper picked up 2, and you had Hazel Shalry, who was economical. He, in fact, picked up 2 wickets. And then we saw when the Micoud Eagles gave chase, we saw Charles really in a no-nonsense mood. And we saw him with Dominic Ogis. They really put on a good partnership, and really everything was pointing in the direction of the Micoud Eagles. They were really soaring high at that point in time. But the City Blasters, they kept picking up wickets at crucial interval, and towards the back end of the inning, they were able to keep their nerves. Kyle Adonis in particular, his first 3 overs, he was very economical, but then it fell apart towards the back end. And Magaran Shulet, his very first over, he went for 21 runs. Well, 20 came off the bat, including a wide, but he came back in the end really holding his nerve. And McKenny Clark, what can you say? Bowling that penultimate over for just 2 runs, Claudius. You know, he really showed that he brought all his experience into bear. So all in all, it was a really good game. And towards the back end, I think the team that held their nerve and played the better cricket really came out victorious. So congratulations to the
Man of the match. Man of the match.
City Blasters for winning by 11 runs. And they really deserve the victory because at the end, you know, they really kept things together and they were able to pull off a remarkable victory.
Indeed. Let's just give you the match summary quickly before we get set for the post-match. So City Blasters, they would have batted first, got to 185 with 34 from Eli Box, 33 from Paul and Shulet, 2 wickets for Charlery, 2 for Prosper and 1 for Leo. And in reply, the Micoud Eagles 140, they got to 174, so falling short by 11. Charles getting 46, Ogis 35, and Sammy 26. Adonis picking up 3 for 26, Shulet 2 for 34, and Clark 1 for 23. So victory for the City Blasters by 11 runs. So that's where we wrap up from commentary on behalf of Greg Wilson and the entire production team. That's where we close off on commentary. But of course, asking you to await in a few minutes for the post-match presentation. Claudius Emmanuel signing off.
the captain of the Micoud team. Again, paging the captain of the Micoud team.
Welcome to the post-match ceremony for Game 3, an encounter between Welcome to the post-match ceremony for Game 3, an encounter between the City Blasters and the Micoud Eagles. We've got the result, success for the City Blasters by 11 runs. Let's call the man of the match, and for his 33 of 24 balls and 3 for 24, and keeping his nerve there to defend 16 of the last over. The man of the match is Magaran Shulet, the Curling George Man of the Match Award, and that will be presented by President of the National Cricket Association, Mr. Wayne O'Geese. Magaran, a few words. Good performance by you. It didn't start all that well with a few coming off the first over, but you held your nerve well to put a good result.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good start to the tournament by me. I backed myself to all high standards. First off, I think I could have gotten the team to 200, but nevertheless, we got to 180, which we felt was a fighting score on that pitch. And we held our nerve and we were able to defend the score, which we are happy with.
So good effort from you. All the best. Congratulations to you. So Magaran Shulet, the Curling George Man of the Match Award. Let's speak to the two captains, and let's speak to Mervyn Wells first. Mervyn, you didn't come on top on this occasion. Where did it go wrong for you?
I think that my bowlers did bowl very good. We restrict them on the 200, and that's what we really wanted. Although the fielding wasn't really all that, we got to drop a few catches, right? But I feel my batsmen need just a little bit of patience and understand different situations. You know, when to go and when to, like we feel since last year. I don't want to dwell on last year, but since last year that we keep feeling ourselves.
Okay, well, you didn't make it today, but still a number of games left. So all the best, and we wish you a good turnout for the rest of the tournament. Thank you very much. Okay, let's call our winning captain. City Blasters winning captain, Stephen Natram. Well, Stephen, you didn't contribute much with the bat, but the team really came through in the end.
Yeah, yes, most definitely. Kudos to the guys, they kept their heads up, put up a fight, and got us a decent score.
So it's a good start for you. Last year, you had reached the top of the table, so that bodes well for you going forward in the competition.
Yes, for sure. We just need to push on. In every game we play, win or lose, there are always mistakes, stuff you could correct and come better for the next game.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. Congratulations to you. So that's it for the post-match. So success in Game 3 for the City Blasters. And so remembering that we go tomorrow to the Francis Babalastic ground for Games 4 and 3. It's a doubleheader from 3 p.m. So all the best, and that's where we come to the end of the presentation.